Good morning, everyone. Just bear with us for about 5 minutes. We're just loading the presentations, then we'll start. Thank you.
Anybody see my just settings there? That's just what yeah, we're trying to sort out the camera sound.
But it's in your sent folder. Is it in your sent folder?
Let's see.
Double check.
Yes, yes.
Then your paper is, your thing is not on notes.
Molweni. Hope you are all well. Can I please invite my illustrious panel to join me on stage, please? So we had a very exciting first day yesterday, and one of the wonderful things about Research Week is that it allows us space to reflect on why we do research to address societal challenges. It also reminds us, and this came up yesterday, that all disciplines are critical to address the challenges of the SDGs. And then really to engage with stakeholders. You would have seen from the program that we have a broad range of stakeholders, from funders to industry partners, inventors, policymakers, researchers, students, etc. And this is so important after the pandemic, when we had to be socially distanced, physically distanced, 1.2 meters apart. Now we have a whole week to get together. So we hope that we will use this opportunity to get to know and broaden our networks. We really have an incredible program for you this morning, beginning with this session on creating pathways for advancing emerging researchers. And I will mention the theme of the speakers this morning. So Professor Nyazima will be speaking on ethics and integrity in research publishing, and then he will be followed by Mr. Lindsay Reed, who is the Director for Research and for Library and Information Services here at Nelson Mandela University. And then he will be followed by Dr. Seppo Hachigonta, who's the Director, Strategic Partnerships from the National Research Foundation. Dr. Hachigonta will be speaking on leveraging international partnerships to advance research. We will next have Ms. June Rose Ngobo, the Head of Graduate Support Hub and Manager of International Partnerships at the University of Pretoria. And her theme is the value of a postdoctoral fellowship to a research career. The distinction with our next speaker, who will be talking on attributes of successful postdoctoral fellowships, is, what are the characteristics that a postdoc needs to have in order for the fellowship to be a successful one. And our speaker here is Dr. Daphne Butcher, who has a lot of experience as a postdoctoral fellow, and we really look forward to learning from her life experience. But I think it will be important to whet your appetite for what's coming up for the rest of the day, because after tea, we have a great session on research ethics in a South African context. And here we've invited stakeholders from Wits University and from Zululand, as well as our chairpersons of the Human and Animal Ethics Committees at Mandela, to speak on this subject. And then after the lunch break, the session is a seminar entitled Fisher's Rights Are Human Rights. This is a really excellent theme that looks at how a community can be disenfranchised by legislation and how the community fought back. The main speaker is Ms. Anthea Christoffels du Plessis, and that session will be facilitated by Professor Lynn Biggs, and we will have Professor Mike Roberts as the discussant. And then we will end the day with research speed dating. So just to whet your appetite, we have invited 6 amazing researchers from Nelson Mandela University, and the setup will be like speed dating, but students will have an opportunity then to pose questions to the researchers and really provide you with an informal setting to get to know a researcher at Mandela. You can ask them questions to get to know them better, but we have prepared some samples, and I want to share a few teasers with you. So one of them is, what excites you about the work that you do? What TV program would you sacrifice research time for? And if supervisors could be thrown in jail for bad habits, what would you be thrown in jail for? What? Okay, so this is just an appetizer. I hope you are now ready for this first session. And our inaugural speaker will be Professor Nyazima, speaking on ethics and integrity in research publishing. Prof, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Then I know people are going to listen to what I'm going to be saying. Ladies and gentlemen, this week, I hope you are aware that it's COP27. Did you know that all along, most of research was sponsored by oil companies? Oil companies used to sponsor research for many years on climate change. And the people were funded by these oil companies, read my lips, they were not allowed to publish. And that's why there was so much resistance against, climate change. And now all of a sudden, things have changed. And perhaps the same companies are going to sponsor you for research into renewable energy. So the question then that anybody asks is, where is the ethics? Where is the integrity? But to answer that question, I need to just share with you that unfortunately, the higher education institutions sometimes are to blame. Because if you look at research and teaching at universities, research is paramount. There is no parity between teaching and research. When you apply for a job at a university, they look at the number of publications that you have. I was in external interview of a post at some university, here. And we held on the number of publications because this person had applied for professorship. You as a postgraduate student, unless things have changed, once you get your PhD, you are given a post as a senior lecturer. Senior lecturer? How so? And how many papers have you got? So that is the issue. That is the problem when we're talking about ethics and integrity. It's not part of the DNA of our institutions. So how would you expect anybody to then adhere to ethics and integrity? Like I said, job interviews and subsequent promotions in the university, they look at the number of publications. But what's happening now these days is not easy. Because as a student or as a researcher, you will find that, you see, if you're a professor and you want to become a senior professor, you don't want to teach. You want to go for ambitious projects that are financed by deep-pocketed financiers. No, so at the end of the day, you can't see that. At the end of the day, can you project? At the end of the day, it's either you publish or you perish. It's either you publish or you perish. And so you see that today, even countries, universities, and even yourself, you are ranked. Today, the Japanese have come up with a matrix that looks at different countries. And China is at the top in terms of citations. The universities in South Africa, UCT, is at the top of citations. So it puts pressure on the supervisor and the student to make sure that you have enough publications so that you continue to be financed by National Research Foundation, or you continue to be financed by Fogarty Foundation, or you continue to be financed by someone who's got a deep pocket. And this has unintended consequences. Today, ladies and gentlemen, there is tenfold increase in articles that are being published. And a PhD student at Oxford has come up with an app to follow that, because that caused a red flag. 10 times increase in publications. So he then sensitized publishers. And did you know, today as we speak, there is an entire unethical economy, an ecosystem, Telegrams, Facebook, WhatsApp, that are really selling authorship. Are you aware of that? Authorships of any work, they get hold of you, they say, well, listen, we can publish this for you. So there has been, as a result of that, there is now a research watch or retraction watch. And today, as we speak, almost 900 publications have been retracted. And this includes a publication by a minister of science and technology in a nameless country. It was retracted. And some institutional ethics committees have been compromised, ladies and gentlemen. We may have ethical committees. I'm glad somebody's going to talk about ethical committees and so forth. And ethical committees have been compromised. And as recent as July this year, the ethical committee, the ethical committee at Manchester University, people have asked questions because of a certain publication. So the pressure is so much on you as a researcher, on you as a student who's trying to become a researcher, and at the end of the day, ethics and integrity are compromised. How then do you avoid that? Unfortunately, academia is an open business, and it's based on transparency. And what's nice about it is that a lot of Nobel laureates have now said, listen, I think we need to have open access. You know, it came up from Nobel laureates that let's have open access. Because a long time ago, you had to submit a paper in order to be published in a journal which had a limited number of pages. Limited number of pages. And some people would then look at your paper, and if I'm the reviewer of your paper, and I'm working on something similar to what you're doing, I would sit on it because to finish my paper. And it's my paper then get published. But because now, at least with the technology, it's now an open business. I mean, in academia, it's open. And now we have open, but there's still some problems there. And as a researcher, we constantly build on what some people have done before. And you're coming up with questions, or rather you're coming up with answers to some unanswered questions. And so to avoid public naming, ladies and gentlemen, if you're a professor, and if you're a student, for your paper not to be retracted, because there is now a restructuring watch. I think you need to be aware of that. There's a restructuring watch. There's a group of people now which are looking at certain publications. And to avoid your name to be shamed, you need to present your work. Because remember, when you do research, it's some other people that have done it before, and you are either explaining or expanding, or you are now also coming up with other questions. You must present your work, not somebody else's work. You must follow the institutional ethical constraints. They are there, the research committee publishes that. Do not ever falsify the research data that you got because you want to publish, because you want a job. Don't falsify the data. A lot of people do that, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why we are always constantly in problems, because no solutions are being found to the problems that we face. Whether it is psychology, whether it is economics, whether it is engineering, whether it is medicine, whatever, do not ever falsify. And always credit other people that have done the work before. It's ethical. Don't claim that it is your work when it isn't. So it's about ethics and integrity. You don't want your name to be shamed. What is it? Because, I mean, I may be talking about ethics and integrity. It's English. In our vernacular Bantu languages, it's a whole phrase. But in English, it's ethics and integrity. What is it? It is, if you're a psychologist, whatever you do, you must follow the practice. You must follow the best practice. You must follow the high standard in that practice. If you're an economist, do the same. If you're a doctor, do the same. If you're an engineer, do the same. That's what it is. So we're saying, if you're going to be ethical, if you're going to do a work that is going to involve human beings, make sure that human beings are not affected. If you're going to do some work, if you're an engineer, you're going to do some work in an environment, make sure that the environment is not affected. Oh dear, what's happening again? Someone is sabotaging me. Right. So oh dear. I'm talking about ethics. Human, animal, and the environment must not be affected in any way. The research committee, and particularly the wide public, will accept your results if you are ethical. And the government will then also take into consideration whatever it is that you found out in order to change policies. That's what we're talking about. So research is conducted honestly, and it provides confidence and conclusions that can be relied upon, and ensure that there is no conflict. If you are being paid for, if your funder for your project is paying for you to do the research, declare the conflict of interest. You must make sure that at least everybody knows that's what you're doing. But I know, ladies and gentlemen, we have to understand the sociology of poverty. If I'm poor and I'm being given some money by someone, I may not declare. Because they came to me, they know my situation. So they give me the money. But please ensure that you declare the conflict. Ethical considerations that you also need to pay attention to when you're, say, you're developing your proposal, for example. for funding, you must always make sure that you're not doing something, an investigation in something that you know is illegal. As a psychologist, for example, or a psychiatrist or a sociologist, you want to do research on dacha use in the Eastern Cape, but you know dacha is still illegal. So you don't go into that, even though you know you want to be able to produce enough information that can change the legal situation or the legal position in as far as dacha is concerned. And also, when you then publish, be aware of the adverse effects of your publication to the people perhaps that you have studied. It's important, because that's if you don't care, it's not right. You are just like somebody who's going to Kruger National Park and you don't care whether the lion is angry or not. But you can't do that when you do research. And the language, if say, for example, you are going to carry out a questionnaire, do it in a language that is understood by the people that are going to participate in your research. I mean, you know, for us, in our Bantu language, the word stationary, upright, erect is the same. But, you know, it's language. Language is a tool for communication, and it's got a philosophy behind it. When you say something is stationary, you mean it has been moving. But in our languages, sometimes you have to use a phrase. So because you want your questionnaire to be 2, 3, or 4 pages, you have to expand it. Because the people that are going to participate in your study must understand what it is that you're going to do. And obviously, get informed consent. Unfortunately, when it comes to a lot of things, there's a lot of work that is being done in our communities without informed consent. Make sure you identify whoever it is that is responsible. If it is the husband, of course ask the husband. Because culturally, if you're going to do research in our community, you ask the husband. You want to understand why there is so much infertility in the community. You just can't go and ask women. I know women are saying, no, we've got our own rights. But I mean, you know, we belong to a community. So if it is the chief, you must go and ask the chief whether the consent must be obtained for the people that are going to participate in the study. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, all I'm saying is that there is so much pressure to publish because you don't want to perish. There is so much pressure, but be aware of it. The institutions must also be aware of it, because I've mentioned that in order to be employed, you know, you have to have a certain amount of publications and so on. But be aware of the pressure. And there is an ethical economy that's there. People are being approached for publications. Ethics and integrity must be part of your DNA. If you're a student, if you don't want to fail, you may get your PhD, but I'm warning you, it can be retracted. I rest my case. Thank you, sir. Thank you, man.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that lively presentation. I think that you raised a lot of important issues and questions for debate, you know. So is it quantity over quality? And I will disagree with you on whether one should do research on things that are illegal. So, for example, if it's dacha users in the Eastern Cape, of course we want to know, is dacha being used? By whom? But there is a way to conduct research, that kind of research, ethically, you know. And so if you apply for ethics approval and it's evidence that you would be adding to the body of knowledge and participants will be kept anonymous, etc., I think that that kind of research will have value. So the Q&A session that will follow will provide various avenues for us to debate the very interesting issues that you've raised, and of course the warnings that you've provided as well. We now hand over to Mr. Lindsay Reed to discuss the tools that are available from the library.
Institutional repositories and other data management repositories. So when you disseminate your research, libraries assisting you with creating your researcher ID, your researcher profile, and then right at the end, we are looking at impact and discovery, and this is where the library assists with open access, the research profile, and etc. We as the library believe we can play an essential role in the researcher life cycle beyond just acquisitions and search material. Okay, so then I wanted to show you Thank you. Okay, then I wanted to take you to, I just wanted to go in detail with the first stage, the literacy review. On the white, it's what the library currently offer, and in green is services that the library can offer in future. So what we're looking as an academic library for the future is things like digital literacy, gap identification, and providing your assistance with collaborators. When it comes to planning research, what we are looking at for the future is to assist you with collaboration, as I said, the data management plans, formatting, collaborating with the Writing Center and research IT services. We look at digital scholarship support, direct participation with the researchers on their projects, training of librarians across all the different campuses to assist the researcher with their projects, technical support in research data system side, data visualization. So then, still going on publications and presentation, we look at supporting with copyright, author rights, media production, as I indicated earlier, open publishing support, open educational resources, assistance with journal impact and the reputation of that. Yeah, okay, let me move beyond this. Okay, so in the next diagram, I just wanted to indicate where the library offers support. When you look at the green, the shocking, the yellow-green, you'll see library support. These are the common services that the library is offering. Then when you look at the red in color, you'll see those are emerging practices of where the library can also offer assistance and support. Then there's a number of studies. This is a study of a couple of academic universities internationally. That in the research they indicated the support for the library right at the beginning of the planning activities of your research. If you can see the blue, it indicates what libraries offers. The red is what libraries are, what they will not offer, and the in between is considering. So as mentioned earlier, you see citation management, all of those that are very high up there. And then when you go lower down, you have things like data catalog, experimental designs. These are things that are not as common. That is then we look at conducting the activities. This is more in the middle of the research process, which is common where researchers will not use the library when they are actively involved in the research. But this diagram shows you what happens internationally, the managing of research, data standards, the assistance that libraries offers with regards to IT packages, the library becoming a one-stop shop for researchers to do their research. Then the next slide is more towards the end, the disseminating the research and the publishing of the research. These are the services that the library can offer. So then, last but not least, it's the research impact activities. These are also services that the library can offer to help with citation matrix and to create profiles for our researchers. Then my last slide speaks to the 4 elements where academic libraries are very strong in their support for the researcher, which is publications, scholarly expertise, things like training and support, discoverability, access and reputational support, and obviously the stewardship of the knowledge that has been created by the institution. These are the expertise that the libraries are good in. So the academic libraries seek to align themselves with the university strategic plan and to extend their services and support in their support to the institutional goals and the reputation through the discovery and preservation of the locally produced knowledge. The libraries are transforming their services to meet the needs of the researcher, or to better assist the researchers with their needs. The library can also provide positive, in-depth and personalized and convenient service for the researcher. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lindsay. You're making me look like a trendsetter with the crutches. Thank you for that informative presentation on how the library supports the research life cycle. We will now move on to our next speaker, Dr. Seppo Hachikonta, who will discuss how international partnerships assist or can be leveraged in advancing a research career. Please, Seppo.
Good morning. It's always great to be here. I haven't been here in a while. Last came here somewhere early in the year. But with COVID going down now, it's always exciting to be having these conversations. As introduced, I'm Seppo from the National Research Foundation. I see NMU, you brought quite a lot of NRF people. So as I was coming here, I was careful as well to think around what can be of value just to share. It's more of a conversation. not just sharing the lots of calls that go out that you can target. You're aware of those that were shared yesterday. But just having some of the conversations around how do we do partnerships, how do we engage, and especially if you're an emerging researcher, it's very difficult. If you're established, then it's always good, but if you look back at where the journey starts, partnerships are very, very key. You can't avoid partnerships if you want to grow within the academic pathway. And aligned with the conversation today as well, with partnerships, international partnerships, comes issues around ethics as well. You saw within COVID, you can't just get data from certain area and you manipulate it without accrediting the people where you got the data from. So all these things are interlinked and we need to be cognizant of them. My job at the NRF for the last 8+ years has been on partnerships. What basically that has meant is it's quite a tough job. Attracting partners, nurturing partners, and bringing in money for the system. The system being the whole universities, the NRF, the research councils, etc. That's, especially if you tie in issues around resources, it's not an easy task. If you are told to say one of your targets is to bring in X million dollars in a year. But over time, as you grow, as you develop your networks, as you develop your stakeholders, it becomes easier going forward. And if you speak of partnerships and international relations, it's not always about the money. There are other aspects related to that as well. Is it the green button? I won't spend too much time on the slide I'm showing you. You know the value of partnerships in terms of research, skills development, leveraging resources. If you look at universities at the moment, you are always chasing the ratings and wanting to be on top. International partnerships is one of the indicators, as well as just expanding networks. You can't work in isolation. You always need to work within a certain network, whether at an individual level or at an institutional level, as well as looking at the learning aspect, the positioning aspect. How visible are you as an individual, as an institution? If you're not visible, you won't grow. You won't be known. We spoke of earlier on, there was talk of the review process, ethics. It's all linked to how visible you are, the network you are in, how you associate yourself in your core publications, etc. So all the pieces are linked. And before I dive deep, of course, if you speak partnerships, they're at many levels. Okay, there's partnerships at individual level, departments as well. We've got a suite of partners, both formal, informal, universities. They've got lots of formal partnerships. National level, there's partnerships. Regional level, there's partnerships. The whole idea is all these have to be connected. We are always working in boxes, so we're always comfortable to say, I've got a partnership as a researcher with University X or with researcher X, without knowing how your research is fitting into a department perspective, institutional perspective, national perspective. It's always key, especially as an emerging researcher, to just connect the dots and see how whatever partnerships you have is linking to all the other pillars going up or down. So that's very, very critical to note. I'll spend much of the time speaking of the individual networking and research opportunities at international level. And a few weeks ago, we had a very good discussions. It was basically looking at not international, but academia industry partnerships. We are targeting researchers who work in the energy space. As you're aware, there's lots of ESCOM issues, and you're looking at South Africa, where we are now, where we are one of the top producers of carbon emissions, 12th or 13th in the world. So the big drive of just transition, as you're aware, there's COP27 that has been mentioned now. So working with SASO, we've been very proactive to look at these collaborations, both academia industry, as well as how they link to international partnerships. So we quickly just put up a quick survey just to look at what are the barriers if you speak of partnerships. And some of some of the barriers that were mentioned by different expertise, researchers, academics, as well as students are listed there. And you can, of course, relate to most of those, and you might have more. Issues around funding, if you're an emerging researcher, issues around mentorship, issues around not sharing of information. You know, you're an established researcher, but you're just comfortable there, you're not sharing information with other colleagues within the systems. Issues around siloed approaches, where we're always comfortable working in our departments, in our small boxes, without sharing of information. And a suite of other many issues and barriers that are there. So as we walk through the discussion and the dialogue that we have today, let's as well look at, from your perspective as a researcher, as a student, what do you think are some of the barriers that hinder you to effectively participate with the international partners? Some of you, or some of the established researchers or emerging researchers, they will say, I don't have any issue. It's how I position and drive myself. There are so many opportunities now, especially in the digital world. But look at yourself and ask those questions to say, what does international partnership mean to me? And how do I position it? What are the barriers with regards to that? And then that as well links to, if you're speaking of international partnerships, what can you define as a success if you speak of international partnerships? Or when you're developing those partnerships? Of course, there's a lot of pillars that you can link, but there are these basics that we all know. Partnerships is partnerships, whether we're speaking partnerships in international or we are speaking partnerships in relationship, it's the same thing. It's engaging with people and engaging with institutions. If you're engaging with people, with institutions, at the core of it is that value proposition. What are you getting from the partnership? What is the partner getting out of that partnership? So just being on that level playing field is very, very critical. If you're dwelling into the research component, the co-creation element is very critical. You can't jump into a partnership at the tail end of, e.g., a research proposal or a research project. You have to be involved from the beginning as you are co-creating, as you are designing. That way you are able to put your voice in the creation of that partnership or the project that you're jointly are putting together. Being clear on expectations, outputs, objectives. I think all parties have to be clear in terms of what does this partnership mean? How do we define the success at the end of the day of this partnership? And how do we look at other risks that are associated with that partner? We always ignore risks, but from experience, I know that if you speak of partnerships, just like in any relationship, things happen. Things can just jump in the road and like, whoa, where did that tree come from? I've had experiences not from the research, but I'll give you an example of funding perspective where we have partners, we are funding projects together. We've planned for 3 years to fund the projects. Year 2, because of other scenarios within government perspective, funding is cut. If you don't anticipate for that, how do you finish your project? So you need to put in all these other variables with regards to risks that might occur along the pathway. You think around it, you plan around it, and if that happens, you know you've got at least another route that you can take. So always plan for the risk associated with partnerships. Of course, the other ones are linked to, if you speak of partnerships, it's about relationship as well. Developing those personal relationships, they open up a lot of doors. So if you've got a good network, good mentors, good relationship with a suite of partners internationally, they are your champions to open up doors for other more partnerships. So that trust that you build, it always escalates and becomes even larger as you go in life. Some of the examples, if you speak of the how, we've spoken of, yes, partnerships, you need partnerships, but where do you start? Most emerging researchers, you find that they're always stuck of, yes, I know I need partnerships, I need money as part of my research, I need experience, I need to contact Professor X in country X, but where do you start and how do you conceptualize that engagement plan? The first one is basically to have a vision as a researcher or project manager in terms of what do you want? in terms of your career goal, and where do the partners fit in as part of that? Where are the gaps? How are they going to fit into the agenda to get you where you are, to where you are now, to where we want to go? So setting up that clear vision and goal is very critical. So just sitting down, noting to say, this is what I want to be in the next 5 years, 10 years, and then this is the type of partnerships that I want along the way to help me to reach that goal. And that now brings in issues around how you map, identify, select partnerships. And this can be in different forms and shapes, but the whole idea is you need to know the landscape you're working in, the type of partners that are there, and just understanding the different levels of those partnerships. Other component is linked to the preparation phase, where you need to make a plan on how you will engage with those partners. Nowadays, we live in a digital world. Lots of platforms, if you speak of engaging with international partners, but you need to know the best path to communicate, to engage with whichever partner that you want to engage with. You can use social media, you can use emails, you can use conferences if there's funding and opportunities linked to that, and you can always action whatever you've put on the table and look for. You learn from those experiences as well. So when you start a partnership, that's not the end. So you need to learn from whatever experiences that you have and feedback, and look at how you can improve and grow some of those perspectives. Just some of the examples of thinking around how do you measure success, how do you put in indicators to look at the different types of partnerships. Of course, it's a suite of examples. I won't dwell into that, but looking at the student numbers, the publications, etc. And just some of the examples, if you look at partnerships, of course, there's a big element of monitoring, growing, and learning from that partnership. It's always critical to reflect on that, always going back, maybe every year, every 6 months, as an individual, as a research unit, as a university, to look at the monitoring aspect of it. There's a suite of monitoring indicators, questions that you can ask. I've just put a few examples there that ask critical questions on what you had meant from the beginning in terms of the relevance of the partnership, what you seek to achieve when you are designing that partnership or when you're getting into that partnership, and where you are now, and the other aspects that you can look at in terms of the questions that you ask, the right questions that you ask, how you monitor. Some of them, they can be co-created with a partner. Some of them, it has to be you as an individual or as an entity, so that you can reflect and bounce off these ideas, communicate with a partner in terms of where you think there can be remedial actions as you grow, or where you think you can scale up. This slide is basically the second last. If you look at the NRF, I spoke of what the NRF does in terms of partnerships. Our role is not to just look internally as an NRF. If you look at what the NRF is, we are both a funder. We also perform research as the National Research Foundation. We communicate the research as well, and other aspects linked to that. So we are, in terms of the position that the NRF has within the system, it's very critical in terms of advancing the system, all the universities, researchers, students, to achieve that advancement within their career pathways or the research that we produce, not just within the knowledge impact fields, but broadly within other socio-economic dimensions. So the NRF is basically whatever partnerships that we do, we are always putting in mind the dimensions of not just the NRF, but the system, which is quite broad. And we have a differentiated a system, if you look at universities in South Africa, trying to look at that balance, not just looking at the top 10 universities in terms of publication, for example, but how do we bring in all the parties within the space to participate in these opportunities that we bring in as an NRF. Most of our opportunities, they take multiple lenses or dimensions. There's partnerships linked to the government. So whenever a minister, president goes out and they sign partnerships on science, technology, and innovation, the majority of those are implemented through the National Research Foundation. So those are linked to government, and there's the science innovation aspect of it. There's other partnerships that NRF as an agency enters into with sister organization, universities, and other institutions. So those as was the other lens of the NRF as an organization. The idea is to bring in all this suite of opportunities, package them, and offer them to universities to access so that they can access those opportunities for either funding, networking, etc. The other dimension of the NRF and South Africa is to do with the history of South Africa, where it's not a bad thing. We have a lot of partnerships. If you look at a national level, South Africa basically partners with a lot of countries. That in itself is good and it's bad. If you look at it from the funding perspective, if you've got too many partners and you are not well prioritized, you are spreading yourself thin, and you might not have the resources to keep up with those partners. So over the last 2-3 years, I've been leading a lot of engagements with regards to how do we prioritize the many partnerships that we have. The same model can be used as a student, as an imaging researcher. You can have a suite of partners, but you prioritize those partners, or not even prioritize is the wrong word, but categorize them in terms of which partners speak to, for instance, building research, core publications linked to that, supervising students, etc. So you categorize those that directly add value to what you're doing as an imaging researcher, as a department, as a university. On the tail end of it, you can have categories that are partnerships that link more to network and keeping up appearances. You need to nurture them. If an opportunity comes up, you can work with them, but they're not top priority. Through that, you identify where you spend most of your energy with regards to the partners, because it's a lot of work at the end of the day. So prioritization as well linked to that is very critical if you're able to categorize into compartments, identify the type of programming you'll be doing under each compartment, and you develop an engagement plan linked to that. You even put resources where it matters most, and allocate less resources where you don't need that much work. In summary, I've already gone into a lot of this. If you speak of partnerships, there's most of the things that always pop out. Some of them is linked to issues around funding, where there's always limited funding, but it's all about positioning, networking, and who you engage with. I'm not always too worried about funding if you know what you're doing, especially in South Africa. There's a lot of opportunities within South Africa, and that with those, even if it's a lot, but just those resources compared to the region in Africa, you can use those few resources, both, when I speak resources, I speak of money, the expertise, the expertise that we have at universities, the bit of infrastructure that we have. You can use that to leverage a lot of opportunities, not just outside Africa, but within Africa. And that's very key as well, because if you look at most partnerships in South Africa, in Africa, we partner more with the Western world compared to in Africa. But we need to flip that page around. We need to look at even partnerships in Africa. How do we revive those? And it's not always about the money, it's about the respect at the bottom of it and acknowledging each aspect of value that the partner brings in if there's no money, but other indirect input that they provide. Issues around alignment within universities, I think that's very critical, Priscilla, where we're always working in silos. Students are on their own. Researchers, they are running, involving students in one or two elements within their projects. The plans within department is not even aligned to the institutional plan or national plan. We need to connect the dots within the universities and ensure that what an imaging researcher is doing, what a student is doing, is adding value to the bigger plan of the university. That's very, very critical at all levels, whether you're speaking of as a funder, NRF, university, even at a researcher perspective. Communication, communication, communication. Partnership is all about communicating. If you don't communicate, then the chances that your partnership will be successful are almost close to zero. So always communicate, as well as being clear with regards to what you want to get out of that partnership, and compromising in terms of what the other partner wants to get, but being clear on that perspective. we live in a digital world, as I continue emphasizing that point. Let's use technology to nurture, attract, and come up with these partnerships. From funding lens, there's no point giving an emerging researcher to just say, okay, just go for a workshop, go and figure out. Yes, there's value in that, but most of these things can be done beforehand, online. You can always identify opportunities when you travel. Then that's just solidifying the work, the partnership, meeting the people, and adding value to what you've already done virtually. So let's not ignore the virtual platforms. Let's use the Facebooks, the Twitters. Those are tools that you can get very solid partnerships and other ones. So let's look at how we can utilize those, as well as within the universities, within the systems, developing proper virtual systems that are able to link emerging researchers with established researchers within the university, within the South Africa, the region, and international. Priscilla, you're aware of the IASA Connect. So IASA is the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis. They've built this amazing virtual tool. It's basically a Facebook, but for researchers, where you just go in there, you see the number of researchers who are working on systems analysis, whatever the case, it's energy, food, in the US, in Canada, in Angola. You click on them, you start connecting, and you start establishing that relationship. I think you need those tools within the universities. You need them. You can't do without. That will provide at least a platform, especially for emerging researchers, to start connecting and linking with other experts outside. Looking forward to the conversation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Seppo, for highlighting the value of international partnerships and also for great recommendations on how to address any barriers that emerging researchers can experience. I particularly like the one on developing a partnership engagement plan and monitoring the nature of the partnership from time to time. So I think some useful tips came out of that presentation. We will now move on to our next speaker, who will discuss the value of a postdoctoral fellowship to a research career. And so we invite June Rose Ngobo.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Dr. Mensah, and thank you so much to the DVC. It's an honor and a privilege to come and share with you, from our perspective as well, in terms of what we do at the University of Pretoria to make the experiences of our postdoctoral fellows worthwhile and meaningful, and that will really help them to become, future research leaders or established researchers as they should. Please, can you project the presentation? Is it on? 'Cause I'm seeing myself there. Oh, okay. Oh, there. Okay. Thank you. Okay, like I said, I'll talk about the value of a postdoctoral fellowship. I'll also talk about some value-adding programs, especially those that we also implement at the University of Pretoria, like I said, to make their experience worthwhile. And then I'll also talk about experiences of postdocs, when they have been in a nurturing environment that has really enhanced their career in research. And then I'll also talk about our postdoctoral forum, which we have implemented at the University of Pretoria, and how it's helping our postdoctoral fellows also contribute and learn from each other. And then I'll also talk about some of the activities that we implement at the University of Pretoria in order to assist them as they build their career. Now, to start off with the value itself, the value for doing postdoctoral research. Firstly, when you begin to do your postdoctoral fellowship, you transition from being a student to a professional. You are no longer a student, you've completed your PhD. We are now a fully fledged researcher, even though it's the early time of your career. So this phase enables you to build your career. Of course, if you are intending to remain in academia, we want to build a career in research. Because the reason you are able to do this is because we are provided space to do just that. And as you do that, you know, sometimes during your PhD study, you identify an area that you want to develop, but often your supervisor will channel you to work within the confines of your doctoral degree, your doctoral project. So when you begin your fellowship, you then try and fill those gaps that you might have identified during your doctoral study. I often say, as a postdoc, it's a time where we are developing an expertise, because this is it's the thing we're going to know you about. When we say Dr. Menza is an expert in this area, it's often built during the fellowship period. So this is a very, very valuable time during your early stages of building a career in academia. So some of the things that also postdoc that add value to their experience is the fact that at that time, they are now allowed to publish. Obviously, for doctoral students in some universities, we have to publish a paper or two emanating from your thesis. But at a postdoctoral level, it's a must. You have to publish. It's part of your KPA. Even as you submit your proposal to work with a supervisor, you are told that you have to publish. If we give you a fellowship, if we are investing in you, you have to publish. So that's the value of doing postdoctoral fellowship, because it's not so much of a priority as a doctoral student, but when you're doing fellowship, you have to. To an extent that at our institution, when we fund fellows, often it's 2 years, but sometimes it's 3 years, depending on available funds or on the nature of the project they are working on. So even though we fund them for 2 years or 3 years or whatever the period, each time when they finish a year, they have to submit annual progress reports. And at that stage, we count each and every output that each and every postdoc has produced in that particular year. In that way, we are able to see whether they are really benefiting from the experience they are in, and that we are also providing a nurturing environment, both as administrators of postdocs and also as established researchers that are supervising them. So that's the value of doing that. You are assisted to build your career within a supporting environment, and also we even count that you are even able to, so that if there are challenges, we are able to address that with you. And I'll share with you later on some of the activities that we do in order to bring them together and also assist them to address challenges that they may experience. One of the other values that we encourage when postdocs start is to find and apply for grants. You know, I was so pleased when Seppo talked about funding, because it's the nature of the academic environment. You have to look for money. So at the very early stage, when you start your fellowship, we start to say, look for it and apply for it, and even win it, and do work based on what we are funded for. So we are very strict about that. We don't play about it. It's important. Look for money, apply for it, because this is what you're going to be doing for the rest of your academic career. You have to raise money. Now, I'm going to talk about some of the value-adding programs that we introduce or we execute at the University of Pretoria in order to try and make the experience worthwhile and valuable for them. When you do your PhD, we are often just focusing on your PhD project. But when you start to do fellowship, postdoc fellowship, you are then introduced to your supervisors' networks. In that way, you start to do collaborative work. You get introduced to multidisciplinary research, because you are working with other people now. You are no longer just focusing on your PhD. And then some of the things that you do, obviously, we provide training. And as we provide training, we also, allow postdoc to train postgraduate students as well. I mentioned earlier on that when they finish a year, we review their performance. And some of the things that they do, they supervise students, often honors, masters, and even doctoral students. And sometimes they graduate honors students and master students. So even as they do that, it's part of training them because they are going to be future supervisors, future academics. So that's one of the things that you do. So we also allow them to be exposed to mentorship, even as they mentor students as well. That's part of making their experience also with us. So those are some of the things that you do at the University of Pretoria. And then we acknowledge the fact that sometimes, because obviously when you are doing a fellowship, there's often international fellows and also local fellows. So what we've decided to do at the University of Pretoria is to create a postdoctoral forum. And the forum allows them to come together from various disciplines or various departments to come together. And I want to share some of the things that have come out from the experiences that we've had through the postdoctoral forum that we implemented at the university. When we bring them together, we want them obviously to, to get support from specialized professionals. So what the forum does is we let them lead it. We let them own it. And as they do that, they come to us and say, okay, this is an area that you want to develop, and we provide support so that they can, if for instance they say, we want to have a writing retreat, we then provide support. We know for some of them it's provided in the department where they are based, but sometimes it's not necessarily there. So the forum allows them to share their needs as well in that collective environment, and we provide that support for them. So through the forum, we are creating a platform for them to be just on their own. And I can tell you now, there are some of the decisions that were taken based on the discussions that took place in the forum that we introduced for them, because there's a platform we want them to grow, we want them to share. And one of the things that we experience when you bring them together like that, they become innovative about things they want to do. One of the postdoctoral fellow in that group came to us and said they've applied for funding that will help all the postdocs within that forum to go for a writing retreat, to attend training as well. So they are not just doing it for themselves, but they are doing for the entire cohort within that forum. So it's one of the ways we are teaching them leadership, we are teaching them commitment, but we are also teaching them to, to share with others within that cohort. So that's one of the things that we do. So with regards to the forum, we make them organize activities on their own. Some of the things that they've done in the past, they've invited employers of postdocs, they invited funders, they've initiated seminars and workshops on their own, and we just provide support so that the experience that they have within the university is worthwhile, they learn from each other, and they are able to do what they are supposed to do. So the other things that we do, while they work together in the forum, we also conduct some kind of needs assessment. And one of the things that we've established, emanating from the forum as well, is the annual progress reports. During that, when we receive the annual progress reports, we look at how much they've worked. From that, we have decided to acknowledge the work they do. So from next year, we are going to have an award for best performing postdoc as a way of acknowledging the commitment and the contribution they make in the university. But even as we do that, we believe we are adding value to their experience. We acknowledge their contribution. We acknowledge the quality that they produce. That does not only benefit them, it benefits the university, and it adds value as they build their career in research. So after they've had activities as well, we often conduct monitoring and evaluation so that we are able to establish whether the support we provide is addressing their needs, and that even then they tell us that this is how we want to be supported. So I just want to thank you with these words, and I'm looking forward to a discussion with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, June Rose. I really appreciated all the suggestions that came through on how to maintain an enabling environment for postdoctoral fellows. We We will now move on to our final presentation for the panel and invite Dr. Daphne Butcher to speak about attributes of a successful postdoctoral fellow. Please flight the presentation. The signal has died here.
Okay. In the meantime, I would like to thank you. Okay. In the meantime, I would like to thank Dr. Priscilla for inviting me to come and be part of this research week. It's an honor, and I really appreciate to come and talk with a fellow PhD postdoc. Can I see the students who are doing PhD? Okay, postdoc? Okay, so it would be nice to talk to you in terms of sharing also the experience that I had of postdoc. So I graduated my PhD in 2012, and then from there I started my postdoc from 2012 until 2020, and then 2021 I also take another postdoc, just to show you how the academic career kind of is in terms of you can do postdoc, and you can find also another opportunity to do postdoc. Learning, it never stops in academic career. So it's not that when you finish your PhD, you feel like, oh, I have reached the end now, and I need to find a job. Especially when you're in academia, you will take a postdoc, and it can also come to an end, and then you will apply for funding for another postdoc, enhancing your experience of research, right? That is the main purpose, objective of us doing research. So I'm invited to speak of attribute of successful postdoctoral fellow. It's not easy to measure whether a postdoc is not successful or is successful, because it depends on the field where you are. If I'm on fundamental research, that's where I am. You can be in applied, and your output, it can be different from mine in terms of what we have published in fundamental research and you in the applied. So it depends, because maybe in fundamental research, it takes so much time to do an experiment and do data analysis to the point where you have something tangible to publish. Whereas somebody who's in applied can then just go to the field, get some data, come back within a week, analyze and publish. So the measure of a successful postdoc depends on the field where you are, right? So I might be repeating something that you already know here, but for those who are doing PhD, so a postdoctoral research is usually a program that is like 2 to 3 years, as you already said, and it's like internship for engineers. When they finish their coursework, they will go to the industry to do internship, so that at the end they can be qualified engineers. So for us who are in academia, who want to follow the academic career, we will then take a 2 years or 3 years scholarship that most of the time is funded by the NRF, because those are the ones that they fund people who want to pursue a career in academia. So where should you do your postdoc? So you can find a research facility depending on whether what you want to work on is available in that research facility, or you can go to university, such as what you were saying, that in University of Pretoria, they have research fellows. So the importance of postdoctoral research, as has already been mentioned before, is to give the PhD graduate an opportunity to publish the work done during the PhD studies. So most of the time we are pressurized that you are given a funding of 3 years. if it can be extended, sometimes it can be half a year or a full year, so you can have 4 years. But depending on the type of project that you have, you might not have really able to publish or everything that you have found in your research. So during the postdoc is where you might find a niche in order to focus on, or also to publish some of the results that you have obtained during your PhD. It also assists us with the professional development of a PhD, so that we can really then become experts, like professor there. In that, we have to find some time where we are dedicated in terms of doing research, and this is the time where we are doing a postdoc fellow. So I can also say, in terms of what is expected as the outcome from postdoc fellow, is to undertake independent research, right? So during the PhD, you might have just taken a project that is already defined by a supervisor. But now, in the postdoc, you would have maybe identified something that in that you can follow, you can channel all your energy into. So this is what you can then, outcome of this postdoc, it can be that now you want to undertake an independent research. It can be still following from what you have done in PhD, but it's not exactly the same, because now you have identified an area of your interest that you want to follow. You can also find yourself doing some activities, depending on your host. They will expect you maybe to also, on the side, be training honor student, master student, and also take part of organizing some conferences, some forum, so that in that you're also getting an experience that is more than just of your area of research. Because in the future, this will be part of your profile on your CV. So as I said, it is difficult to really measure of what is a successful. But it is expected that when you are a postdoc, you will need to produce something. So it is important that when you complete your PhD, take some time to look of what do I want to do in the future, right? So in that, you will find a host. A host will be a professor in another university or a scientist in another research facility who's doing a research in the field that is similar to you. Why that? Because you are given 2 years or 3 years. You don't want to start afresh, because that means by the time you are almost 2 years, you will not have an output that will be measured to say you have outproduced this work. So it is important that, as I said, you can try to use your PhD as an underground of this is where I want to channel my research to, than to start afresh. So find somebody who's doing research that is along what you are interested on. So in that also, because it is important, in academia we are measured by our output. So do your research, try to check the professor that you want to work with. Because as he said, you can have so many publications, but if they are not from the peer-reviewed, high-impact journal, they are not worth, right? So you can have 10, I can have 2, but they are from the high-impact. That counts more than you having 10. So check on the Google Scholar, what kind of output is it getting? What kind of journal is he publishing in? So do your research before you really get into. I know sometimes we are pressurized by that. We need funding. We need money to continue to live. You might be a breadwinner, but do your research so that it will not fail you in the future, right? So, and then also, this, when I was starting my postdoc, I was told, and I thought, I have some plans also for my future, but it's really important that when you do postdoc, if you have graduated your PhD here at NMAU, look for opportunity, say at UCT or VETS, at University of Pretoria. This brings diversity in your profile, and it also enhance your character in terms of research. If you cannot really get opportunity, try to collaborate in such a way that for at least 6 months in a year on your research, you go and have do research in another institution or facility. So to enhance this in your CV. Because to tell you the truth, when we come back as a postdoc, you have completed. Now there's a job that is advertised and you want to apply for a job. Having that profile of saying, I have done my postdoc at this facility, it will count on your best. It will count. So have that in your profile, that you also bring an element of another institution, another research from another country, or within the country, but different institution. And also, let's note that a postdoc is not a PhD. So we need to take initiative, we need to be proactive, because you only have 2 years or 3 years. In that, you have to already have some output that comes out. So dragging your feet and doing something that will have a bad impact on your output will not be good, because at the end, your career as an academic will not be at the level where you will land a job in the future. So again, I want to emphasize that postdoctoral is not an 8-to-5 job. So once you finish your PhD, don't feel like, oh, now I take a postdoc, it's like a job. No, it's an academic career in terms of the working hours are still like of a PhD. You will still be working maybe until very late and weekends, because you will need to, on that, it's still about like the time period of a PhD. And now you have more pressure because you need to be independent. In PhD, you will have maybe produced one paper and it will be counted as good enough. But now, okay, again, it will depend on the field where you are, but having a number of papers that you can show to the future employer, then it can really count in favor for you to get a job. So it's important that you still be putting more effort in your postdoc fellow. So yes, it will result in you landing a better academic position, but don't take it as now I've got a job and I can relax, right? So you need to work on it. And it's really important that in your profile you have students that you're supervising. It can be from honors, maybe honors, because honors might be too much, because you still need to put more effort into your research. So MSc and PhD, this will enhance your output, because when MSc finish, you can then produce an output, a paper from it. A PhD, you can produce a paper out of it, and this will count on your in the future as you say, this is what I've done for my postdoc. And also establish a collaboration with other scientists, or be part of the large collaboration in your field. So you will be attending conferences, identify those scientists that are working in a similar field to be your mentor, also to join their collaboration, because then they will assist you in terms of when you are working in your research, you might get a stumbling block, but having them to interact with you, then you can able to get some assistance in terms of what to do there and there. You can able to then have a good progress within the time that you are given for the funding. And also, now people are on social media. Some are busy following each other on Twitter, on whatever. We, as an academic, we then join the ResearchGate, where you can track your professor or the other person, and then it also assists in you getting the publication that maybe is relevant for you. but you cannot really get access to it. But the library can also help, but having to follow those people, then you can try to track their work, and if it's of interest for you, it will be also of benefit. So in that, again, a word of advice is that sometimes it will be, depending on the funding, you might think of, oh, I can make some extra money by teaching undergraduate. But this will have a negative impact in your academic career because as you're teaching takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time, especially when you have undergraduate. It's a large class most of the time. So unless if this is what you want, yes, you're welcome to do that. But if your endeavor, what you want is to have a good academic career, then opt for looking after the postgraduate, not the undergraduate. That can be after you have maybe established yourself as an academic, right? So go an extra mile in teaching yourself the extra skills, keeping abreast with any developments in your field. Like nowadays, people are trying to solve problems using machine learning. So having that in your profile, in your CV to say, I have gone an extra mile, I'm working on nuclear structure. Because now we have the challenges of electricity, we don't have time to run experiments. We can use machine learning to try to predict if this nucleus that we want to study, it can give a good result. So have that in your side to say, in my career, I can learn by myself some new programming, some new field that it will enhance your research career, right? And then also, usually the postgraduate fellow comes with a traveling grant for you to attend conferences, for you to visit a research lab, either nationally or internationally. But if it doesn't come with that, so apply for a grant. Usually the NRF welcomes young researcher to apply for grants so that we can use this money to go and present our work so that it's reviewed, you get some input on whether your research, it can produce something good. And also when you publish and you already have got some input from the conferences, then it also helps that it goes faster. And also it is important that towards the end of your fellowship, you apply for rating. Rating will come with the funding. Rating will come with the value of you being a rated researcher. As a postdoc, you can start with the, what do you call it, a young researcher rating. This is very important when you come to apply for a position in academia and you introduce yourself as a rated researcher. It shows that your work has been peer reviewed, your work is worth it to be rated, right? So it's important to think about it, to apply for the rating as you are doing your postdoc. Also, in academia, sometimes it can be really challenging mentally, so it is good to have a mentor, an experienced, a trusted advisor, someone who can help you to track off your goals and you can talk to, right? You can, if your supervisor, your host is somebody that you can have a friendship, it's good, but have an extra person that you can, once a month, you can sit down, you can talk. If you can't sit down together, maybe it's far away, then you can connect. We have the platform, Teams or Zoom, that you can connect with the person to try to discuss your progress, your challenges, and everything that you are experiencing. So at the end, you can have a good experience of your postdoc fellow or fellowship. So as I said, I graduated my PhD in 2012. So I was placed at Itemba Lab to do a postdoc. At first, I was given a 3 years postdoc. In that, I wanted to apply my knowledge from the PhD into a project that was research and development. So I was leading a project that has to do with a new technology, a new technique of that we can able to track the energy that is deposited by radiation in a detector. I wanted that in this project we can able to use the detectors that we have at Itamba Lab to do more than what we are just using them for now. So in that, I had to establish an international collaboration, which is very important because some of the things that we do in research is not really new. Some people have already done it. So when you partner with people from somewhere, you don't really need to start afresh. You can already have the background of what is required from your research. So that's why I established a collaboration to exchange knowledge with the scientists from overseas who already have started this kind of project. I also had to learn by myself a programming language that in the PhD I didn't do it, but now I had a chance to do it because I'm independent. I need to choose what I want for my future. So I need to do that. I learned a programming language that I use it now to do data analysis. Instead of just using the software that is already there, now I could do that by myself. I was also using that opportunity to train young scientists who are doing masters, who are doing PhD in what I was doing. And then I also get the opportunity and to attend the funding that came was having an allowance for me to travel overseas to present my work and so that I can able to do to publish in a peer-reviewed. So I had to get some input from other experts in the field. You will be expected sometimes, as I said, that depending on your host, you might be expected to do some admin work, but it shouldn't be something that takes most of your time because your success as a postdoc fellow will be measured from your output as you they will ask you, how many publications did you have within this time, right? So this is very important that you do some things that in your CV you can put it, but you don't need to take so much time of your research to do that, right? So public engagement and admin was part of something that I've done. And then because once you are in academia, to tell you the truth, industry are no longer so relevant to you because this is a routine work. It's something that when you even apply for a job, they might tell you that straight away that you are overeducated. Yeah, and you also don't have really experience for what they want. You are in academia. Your work is to do research and publish paper. It's for the love of knowledge. And for them, it's production. So I found myself interested also again to continue with my research, but now it was more focused on fundamental research so that I can have to pursue an academic career, right? So in that I was now doing fundamental research, which I take again MSc student who's assisting in analyzing the data as now I'm teaching, and then it will have in my profile, I have publication, I have the training of students. So it is really important that you know that once you embark on the academic, it is really something that you're gonna go through, and it's no longer of the love of money, because in academia, there's no money as compared to industry. That's true, that's true. So you will say, I graduated PhD, and they will say, where are you working? I'm a postdoc. What is it, postdoc? You know, you have to explain. So it's something that is, it's our choice. We chose to be academic, and we have to enjoy it. It's for the love of knowledge. And I really like learning from it because every day is a new day that you are learning something new. Lastly, I would like to show you that postdoc is not like 2 years. Sometimes it can even go beyond that, looking at what you want to get out of this. In all, I have about 9 years of postdoctoral working experience, and now I have just started to be in academic in terms of teaching, right? But in terms of research, I have built up my career. I haven't reached there, but I have. That's what they want in terms of giving you an opportunity to be a postdoc, is that you lay foundation before you go into a job that is consuming teaching, right? You have to lay a foundation of your research, of having training students and publication, and have established a research that is of interest to you and not from your PhD supervisor, right? Yeah. So in that, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to share what I think of is an attribute to a postdoctoral fellowship and also my experience as a postdoc.
Thank you very much, Daphne. I think that you made some excellent points on how to make the best of a postdoctoral fellowship. We really appreciate you sharing your experience with us. Colleagues, in the interest of time, we're going to allow you the opportunity to engage with our panelists who will be here for the rest of the day during tea time. May I ask that we start the after tea session on research ethics at 11:15. That will give you sufficient time to get some refreshments, to engage with the panelists and stretch your legs a bit. And then I really recommend, if you had any meetings planned for the day, that you cancel them, because you don't want to miss the rest of the day's program. So please help me to thank our panelists, and we have a few tokens of our appreciation. And then we will close the session. Thank you. You may break for tea. Okay, welcome back from the tea break. This session is entitled Research Ethics in a South African Context, and we have 4 presenters. I want to introduce you to the panel. We have Ms. Eleni Flagg-Davison, who is joining us online. She's a lawyer and compliance officer from Wits University. We also have Dr. Del Reyra from on my left. She's a research psychologist at Mton Student Wellness, and she is the chairperson of the Human Research Ethics Committee. And then to my left is Professor Pierre Pistorius, who is a professor of zoology and also the chairperson of the Animal Research Ethics Committee at Mandela. And then last but not least, we have Mr. Sianda Mankwele, who's Manager Research Ethics and Postgraduate Studies at the University of Zululand. He's also Chair of the Eastern Cape Region and Research Ethics Community of Practice for SARIMA. So a really knowledgeable audience to talk about research in a South African context. And so without further delay, I'd like to invite Eleni to present, to do her presentation.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you for having me. Just to make sure you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Sorry, I'm just in the mode of sharing my screen. Great. Good morning, and thank you very much for having me and giving me this opportunity. My name is Eleni Flagg-Davison. I'm from Wits University. I'm the legal advisor for our DVC. I'm Research Compliance Manager. I oversee all the ethics committees at Wits University. I head up the Research Integrity Office, and for my sins, I'm also the Research Data Protection Officer. And all these positions together tie up into a very neat little package because they are so interlinked. I'm also the co-chair of the SARIMA Northern Region's Ethics and Integrity Community of Practice. I'm part of the ASIC Drafting Committee as well, and I was a special advisor to the local organizing committee for the 7th World Conference of Research Integrity. I'll be speaking on the research ethics in a South African context, a very broad view of ethics. And just to start with, doing the right thing doesn't automatically bring success, but compromising ethics almost always leads to failure. So what is research ethics? We push ethics, you need ethics, but what actually is it? And it is a sub-discipline of the philosophical sphere. It's an outcome of a reflection on the meaning of concepts such as good and bad, right and wrong. And what ought I or others to do in certain circumstances and situations that our researchers find ourselves in? Is what I'm doing the right thing? Is the right thing what I'm doing? In those circumstances, these are all moral questions that one needs to have in mind while conducting their research and going through the research ethics processes as well. Just to touch on an ethical dilemma, deciding between right and wrong, would you switch the lever to save 5 lives and sacrifice 1 life? A rhetorical question, of course. And, at the end of the day, science brings society to the next level, but ethics is what actually keeps the science at that level and takes it to the next level. Ethics in terms of research, it's a moral and social responsibility mandate that we have and what our researchers have. It's a protection of human participants, promoting health and well-being, and so on. It's a very broad sphere. Researchers must conduct their research according to appropriate legal, ethical, and professional framework obligations and standards. Researchers and institutes are not immune to legal repercussions, such as being sued. For example, the ILB or the REC activities being suspended is another way of our not having immunity. Reputational harm or risk needs to be addressed. But treating individuals with dignity and respect is most important to promote research participation. It limits risks of harm and increases valid research findings. Now, just to touch on the history of research ethics, we all know in 1939 to 1945, there was a scientific medical research project involving cruel and often lethal experimentation, which was conducted and carried out by the Nazis in the different concentration camps. This provided important results, but it was based on causing injury or death to people who participated in the research. And many times they didn't know what the research actually entailed and what would result to the harm to themselves. But 23 doctors were brought to justice in the Nuremberg trial in the 1947, which resulted in the Nuremberg Code, which consists of 10 rules intended to prevent the same abuse and harm from ever happening again. But of course, this does need to be reinforced in different circumstances. And in 1964, the World Medical Association published the Declaration of Helsinki and its ethical principles for research involving human subjects. And then in 1976, the Belmont Report was published, which identifies basic ethical principles and guidelines that address ethical issues arising from the conduct of research with human subjects. To touch on the 3 ethical concepts of the Belmont Report, it's to respect persons, requiring researchers to obtain subject-informed consent to study participation. Justice, requiring equitable distribution of research burdens and benefits. Beneficence, requiring that risks to harm human subjects be justified by the value of the knowledge the study is expected to generate. So all of these need to be balanced up and weighed out against each other. And the broad ethical principles need to be based on those, but in part, there are 4 moral principles of ethics that we need to touch on, and that's autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and justice. And autonomy is the rights and dignity of research participants. They need to be protected with a diminished autonomy. Beneficence is a positive contribution towards the welfare of people. Non-maleficence is not to cause harm to the participants in particular or in people in general. Justice is vulnerable subjects are not targeted for convenience. Then we have, in 2010, Singapore Statement of the Research Integrity Principles came out. And this was the statement of ethical research and scholarly publishing practices. So it's responsibility, ethics and integrity, methodology and data, social awareness, conflicts of interests, and so on. And then all of those documents actually were born out of the World Conference of Research Integrity. And this year, we were lucky to host, for the first time in Africa, and specifically on South African soil, the 7th World Conference of Research Integrity. Cape Town hosted it, and we now have in place, or being drafted currently, should I say, the Cape Town Statement for 2022. This statement is being drafted with a working group, and currently it's being revised with comments. Its aim is to be published before the end of 2022. But the common themes that are coming through are diversity and inclusivity, fair practice, mutual respect, cross-cutting accountability, indigenous knowledge recognition. And this has allowed and provided a platform for us as Africans to provide the world with an African perspective on research ethics and integrity. And like the Singapore Statement, the introductory themes and values will inform a series of responsibilities or actions that research stakeholders can take and advocate for when confronting issues of fairness, equity, diversity, and inclusivity. And you can see there, the Cape Town conference was based on fostering research integrity through the promotion of fairness, equity, and diversity in research collaborations and contexts towards a Cape Town statement. And that was the pre-discussion paper before the conference, and now the actual statement is being finalized. Another step forward and progress for Africa is the African Research Integrity Network, which its constitution was launched at the 7th World Conference of Research Integrity. This shows that Africa is a powerhouse. We just need to give ourselves that opportunity to be able to influence policies, statements, and so on. And the vision of the ARIN is to promote research integrity in Africa and for Africa by Africa. And this is to nurture a culture of integrity in African researchers, institutions, and decision makers, guided by an African perspective, value, and inclusive thinking. Now, to bring it down further and to simplify it a bit, what is the purpose of ethical principles? And basically, ethical principles assist research ethics committees to identify and protect the interests of research participants. It's to promote development of high quality knowledge that may benefit future generations. These ethics principles are articulated in national and international research ethics guidelines. Persons who conduct research within South Africa are expected to adhere to these principles, which underscore the responsibility and ethical research conduct. What makes research ethical at the end of the day? And there's certain elements, and these are just a few that I will highlight, and these are social and scientific values, scientific validity, fair participant selections, favorable risk-benefit ratio, independent review, informed consent, a respect for participants' potential and enrolled in the research, and then collaborative partnership. And on a South African context, what are the requirements for ethical research? We have our legal norms and standards, which are founded in our constitution, and that then trickles down into the National Health Act and so on. We have the National Health Act, which is specific in ethics in health research and its principles, which is set out in the 2015 guidelines, which ethics in health research principles and process and structures. And this is what our ethics committees, researchers, administrators have to abide by. And we do have the National HREC, which is the body which regulates our ethics committees and researchers. And research is a very specific field for universities and in the country as a whole. In order to carry out research, one needs to do this in an ethical manner. The question is, what is ethical? As I mentioned, as consistency in ethics is a huge thing so that research can be carried out by our researchers in an ethical manner. One way to ensure this is via the Department of Health 2015 guidelines. All our research ethics committees are governed by these guidelines in conjunction with the National Health Act. The guidelines are also for researchers to follow whilst conducting their research. In order for a REC ethics committee to be registered with the National HREC, the RECs have to be compliant with these guidelines. Some of these guidelines are great and reflect what is actually happening in practice, but others are rigid and do not actually make sense. And a side note is that these guidelines are currently being reviewed and will hopefully be finalized within 2023. We are hoping that, for example, there is clarity on informed consent and the POPI consent, as these can be the same at times and other times are different with different requirements. These guidelines are based on the core ethical principles of respect, scientific merit and integrity, destructive justice and beneficence, which apply to all forms of research that involve living persons and use of animals, thereby placing their safety, welfare and other interests which are paramount. But what are the processes and ethics in research? It is the ethical consideration in research that sets out the principles that guides our research designs and practices. These principles include voluntary participation, informed consent, anonymity, confidentiality, potential for harm, and results communication, and so on. There are different kinds of ethics committees, and these vary from the HREC medical to HREC non-medical for the social sciences and so on, to animal research committees, as well as your bioethics committees. These guidelines are split into 6 chapters, namely ethics in research, guiding principles for ethical research, substantive norms and operational processes, research ethics committees, health research ethics instructions, and qualitative research. Guidelines are very much medically and health orientated, which has left a huge gap for the social sciences, for example. They are very extreme for medical conditions for the things like clinical trials. But one does not need such rigidity for a simple survey and interview to be conducted in the realm of social sciences. And just to briefly go through the chapters of the guidelines, the 2015 guidelines, in Chapter 1, Ethics is Research, it provides an outline of research context, the regulatory authority and research with humans and research using animals. It touches on the research review process. It outlines the intention of the guidelines being the minimum national benchmark of norms and standards for conducting responsible and ethical research. It provides the minimum standard for animal ethics in terms of the South African Bureau of Standards and the SANS and other regulations. And of course, the guideline endorses the Belmont Report, the Helsinki Declaration, the Singapore Statement on Research Integrity, and so on. It further outlines that the guidelines are to be read with other pieces of legislation in order to have the full picture of what applies to the specific research being carried out. The major impact of these guidelines is if one does not have ethical clearance, then you cannot carry out research. If you don't have ethical clearance, you can't carry out your research. And if you do carry on the research without the ethical clearance and you start data collection, then you will have to destroy such data, as it will not be seen as ethical. It's a tough one for our researchers to come to terms with, but it is a necessary evil at the end of the day. In Chapter 2 of the guidelines, this discusses the principles that inform the procedures and the decision-making processes for ethics review of research proposals. Chapter 3 provides a detailed explanation of the process of ethical review and focused guidance about specific human participants, specific types of research, or specific research contexts, storage and use of biological samples and related data for research purposes, human genetic research, and insurance against clinical trial-related harm. This includes a 2018 material transfer agreement that was gazetted by the Department of Health, which also needs to be reviewed and is in the process of being reviewed as well. Chapter 3 summarizes certain groupings that are seen as vulnerable and incapacitated and how the research should be carried out. This grouping would need special steps to be taken for them to take part in the research. These groupings would include, but are not limited to, minors, women in certain circumstances, adults with factual relationships, patients, prisoners, and so on. The further consideration would include, but is not limited to, privacy, confidentiality, risk, and harm, and so on. Chapter 4 outlines expectations and the standards for research ethics committees. And here it outlines why standard operating procedures, terms of reference, code of conduct, what these documents entail, and why they are required. And it also sets out the responsibilities for researchers. Research ethics committees are to review proposals in relation to ethics and not the science. If the science does have an ethical impact, then it is to be considered in the most conservative way possible. If the proposal meets the ethical standards, then one can have the REC approve the proposal with or without amendments. Proposals can also be rejected outrightly. REC memberships of the RECs are also indicated in this Chapter 4. And it actually provides certainty and of the specialities that should sit on the REC committees. ARECs, Animal Ethics Committees, have 4 different categories that need to be covered, which varies from veterinarians to animal welfare organizations to different representatives that aren't even involved in animal experimentations. Universities are to provide support to the ethics committees. They are not permitted to interfere in the reviewing and decision-making of the ethics committees. In certain institutions around the country, this has happened, and these RECs have been deregistered and penalized. Appeals and complaints structures and each ethics committee needs to have these in place in order to have a fair and transparent process to deal with these. RECs have an annual reporting to do to the National HREC in order for the HREC to monitor the performance of the RECs. And the RECs are actually audited every 5 years by the National HREC as well. In Chapter 5 and 6, Health Research Ethics Infrastructure for South Africa, which includes the establishment of a National Research Ethics Council, to which all the RECs report to registered or unregistered. It indicates that there are registered and audited committees. The last bit of this chapter is for statutory entities related to research that are gatekeepers and provide professional standards for research. For example, the South African Nursing Council or the Medicines Control Council, and so on. The Chapter 5 and 6 also ensure that qualitative research is reviewed appropriately, as the rest of the guidelines are medically focused, which may be inappropriate for social sciences, for example. And one of the biggest considerations and obligations that the Research Ethics Committee and the institutions need is ethics content training. This isn't to say this is how you fill out your ethics application form. This is training that is for what is ethics, the principles behind the ethics. This is very important, and it's proven to show that researchers that have done some kind of training, ethics content training, their ethics applications are actually of better quality. And training is critical, especially for the ethics committees that review high-risk research. Training and refresher courses should also be available, and you have to have these outlined in the 2015 guidelines. REC members should also receive training and orientation on appointment to the RECs. REC members who review clinical trial proposals, for example, should have GCP training and evidence by a certificate not older than 2 years. Members should produce evidence of recent training, not older than 3 years old. There is a mix of experienced and new members, and succession planning that needs to be done in REC committees. So there's consistency and no knowledge is lost in between new members coming in and old members leaving. The term of office between 2 and 4 years, renewable twice. It needs to ensure that both expertise and responsibility are fairly distributed in a range of members and that institutional memory is accumulated. The review process, I'll touch on this very briefly, as Sianda will be talking about the RECs later on. And what do review committees, ethics committees review? What do they consider? And it varies from the scientific design, aims and objectives, to inclusion and exclusion criteria, selection of study and population and sampling, recruitment and enrollment, research procedures and methods, risks of harm and likelihood of benefit, reimbursement, inducement, and costs for participants, privacy and confidentiality interests, obtaining informed consent, and so on. In the past year and a half, 2 years, should I say, the South African Protection of Personal Information Act, the POPI Act, came into existence. It regulates the processing of personal information. It ties into the ethics application process for ethics committees. Data management plans should be put in place as part of the ethics application process so that there aren't two concurrent processes running next to each other. They should be integrated into each other so that same questions can be answered once and not twice. And that's what we have done at Wits University as well. And POPI compliance does not mean ethics compliance and vice versa. POPI compliance does not mean ethics compliance and vice versa. And I emphasize that because people believe if you complied with a piece of legislation, then everything else falls in place. And yes, that is partially correct, but it's not always the case. The ASIC Drafting Code of Conduct for Research basically codifies what POPI is for our researchers, and it puts things into a more practical, everyday way of how does POPI actually apply in certain circumstances. For example, how does POPI apply in terms of social media? Can you use someone's tweet, someone's post on Facebook, and so on? To be compliant with the POPI Act, There are the 8 conditions for lawful processing. So the 8 steps, I'm not going to go into them, but basically the first one is accountability, the second one is purpose specific, the third one is processing limitations, the fourth is further processing limitations, information qualities, number 5, number 6 is openness, number 7 is a very important one, is security safeguards. And then number 8 is data subject participation. We mentioned the Surima community of practice for ethics and integrity. And, you know, it's very interesting because our communities of practice came about within 2019 actually, but it was only launched once COVID hit. We found a platform for the different ethics committees, different administrators, different managers to actually be able to communicate with each other. Because shaping the future of professional development in research, ethics and integrity in South Africa is important. And that is why myself and Retta Fasaki from UNISA actually established the Northern Region CRP in 2020, and we're the co-chairs and the founders of that one. And we have found it so effective and so reliable because we don't work in silos. We all have the same problem, and we actually need to capitalize on the valuable knowledge, experience, and expertise to contribute to ethics and integrity. The aim is to serve as a platform for research institutions and stakeholders to resolve common problems and question practices in research and in ethics, such as ethical breaches. How do we manage these? How do we resolve these? To regulatory concerns, plagiarism, falsification, fabrication, questionable research practices. How does each institution deal with these? And it's to create a support network for research, ethics and integrity administrators, managers, members of research, ethics communities, and so on. And it's a way to actually engage in a different way and in a more interactive, discussional, and critical way to cultivate this professional development. Because at the end of the day, we all have to comply with the 2015 guidelines. We all have to comply with the national ATRIC audits and so on. So why not put our resources together and see how we can actually put things together and work together? And at the end of the day, our researchers are actually the nutrients that keep the system healthy and moving and producing. And that is why the COPs have been so effective. And one of the two of the achievements that have come out of the community of practices is the development of the regional SADC regional research ethics guidelines and access and benefit sharing toolkits and guidelines, which have been approved by the SADC region committee as well. And from that, a article was published in the South African Journal of Bioethics and Law, and it's entitled A Literature Review Analysis of Engagement with the Nagoya Protocol with Specific Application to Africa. And so it took a piece of legislation, a protocol internationally, and we've made it into a SADC region appropriate toolkit and guidelines that can be used by our researchers, and they can see what they can use at the end of the day. Just a fun question. Which South African university was established? Which South African university established the first REC in the Southern Hemisphere? Was it UKZN, Nelson Mandela University, Free State University, or Wits University? And I'll pick that question up within the discussion. And on final comments, at the end of the day, we need to be practical on what we do with research, ethics, integrity, and compliance, because it encourages consistency, transparency, and it has the impact on different spheres of research, from intellectual property to publication to commercialization and so on. And we need to have this fine balance between compliance and accountability. Good practices is key to compliance. Innovation and creativeness needs to be out on the platform as well. And I would like to acknowledge my colleagues who have been a great assistance to myself, coming in as an attorney into research, ethics, and integrity, not knowing what to do. And that's why the community of practice has worked. to my colleagues, Dr. Rita Fasaki and Tanya Crucia and Sydney Engelbrecht. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eleni. We really appreciated how you underscored the need for research ethics and also for providing an overview of the research ethics principles and the NHREC 2015 guidelines. There were lots of gems that we could take back from your presentation. I particularly liked the reminder that researchers are like nutrients that keep the system healthy, moving, and producing. And it underscores the fact that feedback from researchers are important in order to keep the system healthy. So without further ado, we now invite Dr. Delray Heidegger to give her presentation. And her focus will be on POPIA.
I'm not good with these microphones. Thanks very much to Elani for sharing the general principles of ethical best practice with us. And since she did such a great job, I decided that it would be appropriate for me to focus on the Protection of Personal Information Act. This is something that we are all having to become more knowledgeable about. We're all having to think about its practical implications in our research projects. And we're all having to grab it quite urgently because we need to be compliant now. And when you speak of POPI, when that comes up, you will hear the words personal information in any conversation regarding POPIA. But do we understand what is meant by personal information? This is information relating to race, gender, sex, pregnancy, marital status, etc., information relating to education, medical, financial, criminal, or employment history of a person, any identifying number, symbol, address, location, or particular assignment of a person. It also includes opinions, views, and preferences. It includes private and confidential correspondence. It includes a person's name or the disclosure of the name itself, where that would reveal information about the person. So it's quite wide-reaching, but basically it means that those are elements that belong to somebody. POPIA recognizes that we own our identity and anything that describes us or locates us, including how we feel about things. And in this sense, I believe that POPIA really underscores many of the principles that we already adopt in our ethics reviews of research applications. POPIA goes on to look at how this personal information is processed. And in any research project, we process data. We collect it, we store it, we move it, we record it, we share it, we report on it. And so processing includes every activity that involves identifiable personal information, from data collection to destruction. So the entire life cycle of the research process will involve some form of processing, which changes as you move through the stages involved in your research project. A key word in this definition of processing is that POPIA applies to identifiable personal information. De-identified information, and that's a word you'll start hearing a lot as well if you haven't already. De-identified means it cannot be re-identified. It's not considered personal information if it cannot be linked to a particular person. And in that sense, POPIA does not apply. This does link to a clause of the Department of Health 2015 guidelines for researchers that there is a place for the use of information that has been de-identified that doesn't require the same level of scrutiny in terms of ethics approval. But we need to be very careful that such information can't be re-identified or resurrected after de-identification has taken place. This can be quite pernickety, and you might get a little irritated. Why are these reviewers asking these questions of me? It's not because the committee is saying you cannot collect this kind of data. It is the committee saying we need to think about and document every stage in your information data flow. And does that level of identification or de-identification change as you move from one stage to the next? So the core values that Ilani just described to us of ethics for research involving humans are depicted on this slide. These actually come through in POPIA, and I want to demonstrate that to you this morning. Because the POPIA requirements for the processing of personal information brings to life the practical implementation of these basic ethical principles for research that as institutions of higher education we've already aspired to before POPIA was even developed. And these apply to all kinds of research, regardless of professional affiliation. I believe that these apply to both quantitative and qualitative information. I believe it applies to medical research as well as research in the social sciences. Because at the bottom line, if you are collecting information from a human being that can be identified to them, are you considering their right of autonomy and self-determination in allowing you to collect that, to store it, to do whatever your purpose is with it? This is vitally important and is the essence of POPIA. A principle that has been one held by research ethics committees everywhere is that the greater the potential for harm, the greater should be the care in its review. As Ilani also said, research reviews or ethical reviews of projects need to be practical. So in the ethics review process at Nelson Mandela University, we look at identifying research on a scale from low risk to medium risk to high risk. And as the level of risk increases, so does our attention to the review of that project. However, all of the requirements described in our guidelines for research need to be adhered to. And if you haven't already got this one, I strongly suggest you download and or print the 2015 guidelines for research set by the Department of Health. You have to become familiar with that. You have to become familiar with the POPIA Act. You have to become familiar with the research ethics policy of your institution, with its standard operating procedures, because I guarantee that these are being implemented here. The purpose of research is something that is also vitally important. Researchers might wonder, why on earth are these ethics committees commenting on my aims and my objectives? It is because how else do we evaluate compliance with the POPIA Code and with ethical guidelines? When you look at the personal information in particular that is collected, is it necessary to fulfill your purpose, your aim, your objective? The idea is to go for minimality. The less intrusiveness on research participants, the better. So we will ask, is this necessary? We are used to, as researchers, adding information to our surveys or interview schedules, requesting race, gender, age, and so on, because we must describe our sample. How else can readers of our works in journal articles establish whether the findings are comparable with their own geographic location or group, right? However, we must also consider whether that information is entirely necessary. And must it be recorded? Are we leaving something out in our research protocol? And so we will ask for detailed information regarding recruitment, selection, enrollment, how you store and use the personal information, who has access to it, how is it secured, what technology do you use to process it. Why? because we need to use that to identify any possible gaps in the security confidentiality of that data, but also to look at your competence as a researcher. That is also an ethical requirement. You need to demonstrate expertise and competence in your field as a professional and as somebody working with personal information, which we now recognize is valuable to the person you're collecting it from, or that it has already been collected from. It is possible that we can become desensitized as researchers and people working in academia to the concept of, oh, just handing out a survey. It's never just a survey. It is something to somebody, even if it is just their time. So, even before POPIA, research ethics committees would recommend doing a risk assessment at the beginning of the research protocol and the ethics review. And so conducting a risk-benefit analysis is a key component of any review. POPIA also requires research to conduct a risk-benefit analysis. However, POPIA introduces new criteria as indicative of high-risk research. And these criteria need to be added to the considerations of a typical risk-benefit analysis completed by the researcher and by the research ethics committee reviewers. And then a record of that risk assessment should be kept by the responsible parties regardless of the outcome. So if we look at these 10 additional criteria, the first one is standard. We look at vulnerable groups, but do we necessarily look at what level of scale the size of the information is that is being collected? Will that information be used to make automated decisions about people? Will those decisions have a significant effect on participants or on the group that they represent, the communities that they represent? Is there information that you're getting that is obtained indirectly from a third source? Will that information be disclosed to third parties? Are there people in another country that will have access at any point to the personal information? Are there unique identifiers that you use to link, to combine, to compare, to match personal information from multiple sources? What about the use of technology? And a very interesting one is, which is sometimes the source of many discussion, is whether the processing of that personal information is within the reasonable expectations of the individuals from whom it was sourced. So the reasonable principle, the reasonable person rule. And will individual find this intrusive in any way? And that is where we need a peer review process to look at something that is difficult for us to maybe see because we're nose to the ground on it. And this is also why we include people from different professions, community representatives, and so on, to think about the level of intrusiveness that might be perceived by the sample that you're going to collect data from. Consent is something that is very significant in POPIA. In the context of research ethics broadly, we talk about informed consent, which is about making sure that they have sufficient information about the research, that they have competency to give consent, that it is voluntary. These are all reflecting principles of respect for the autonomy of your participants, their right to self-determination, respect for them as persons. But that also comes through in POPIA, where the researcher is required to ask the participants whether they give consent to use that personal information. Even if it is just age, it belongs to them and for the purpose for which you are gathering it. Because the interests of humans must always come before the interests of science. When I read that line many years ago, that stuck out for me very significantly. And as Ilani also said, POPIA consent does not mean ethical, informed consent. Those are two different things. Popular consent can be consumed within the informed consent, within the signage of, yes, I consent to my participation in the study, I know what's going to be involved, I know what, now you say, I know that this information is being collected of me, my personal information. This is how it's going to be used, this is who's going to have access to it. When we're only relying on that popular consent, we must still ensure that participants are provided with sufficient information to make an informed decision. Pseudonymization and anonymization, those are words that you will also hear. The first one, which I'm not going to say again, is one that comes up a lot, right, in POPIA. And the guidelines with POPIA is that this must be the default for all high-risk research. And if the researcher wants to deviate from that, we must document why is it so. When your review comes back, your action memo from the ethics committee, and we ask why this or that or the other, we are not saying you can't, we're saying document it, right? And that personal information must be anonymized as soon as possible. And so your protocols must be explicit regarding when that personal information will be anonymized. Encryption should also be the default for all high-risk research, and reasons for deviation must be documented. So again, you can see that there's a level of detail and effort that increases exponentially from low to medium to high-risk studies. There are some useful tests that you can apply, which are described in the ASAF Code of Conduct for Researchers. The first is the minimality assessment. We need to think about whether it's necessary to collect all of that personal information when considering your research aim and objective and your purpose. And this is where you might think that the reviewers are getting a little pedantic, because we look at how you articulate your aim from your ethics application to your research proposal to whatever other document you give to us, including information to participants. Is it the same? Is it all necessary? Is there a less intrusive way to process that personal information? For example, pseudonymization. Got it. Then there's the necessity test, which is another way of articulating the minimality assessment. And that's about the level of intrusivity as well. Another test is looking at establishing the legitimate interests involved, also called an impact assessment. Whose interests are being served by the processing of this PI? I often read with great amusement letters to potential research participants in the recruitment process, where researchers would write something like, "Hello, my name is so-and-so, this is my student number, this is my very formal scientific research title, and I need you to give me this information so that I can obtain this and this qualification." Whose interests am I serving there? My own. When the potential participant reads that, they're looking at it, and they should be looking at it, and we should encourage them to look at it from their own point of view, from their own interest, from their community's interest, from their family's interest, from the groups that they belong to, their interests. Are there third parties involved? What would the impact be on all of them? The responsible party, who's the researcher, the data subject, the wider public, if the research does not go ahead. So then you can go into a balancing test, which is a reflection of the conflict of interest, where the impact is imbalanced between the research participants, the responsible parties or third parties, or the wider public. If there's an imbalance, can safeguards be adopted to minimize that potential impact? Potential. There is always a potential of risk, no matter how small. And if you're the researcher planning this project, you need to look for that gap where there is a possible imbalance in favor of yourself and not the participant. And what can you do to mitigate that? If the participant has made the personal information public, and you start thinking, oh, I can use that, I don't need consent, has it been deliberately done? There must be no impediment between you and access to that information. There must be no paywall, no data wall. And that information must have been published by the data subject themselves and not by someone else. And there must be evidence of an explicit and unmistakably deliberate and affirmative action by the data subject in making that information open to the world. However, from an ethical perspective, we still need to consider, even if they had made that open to the world, is it right for us to use it? What kind of information are we going to be collecting? What is that going to say about that group of people or that particular person and who they represent? So there is a rule around direct collection. It's always better to get information directly from the source. And so we will often ask questions around, yes, but who did you get the information from? So you might think your procedure section in your application is not so important. When the ethics committee looks at it, it's highly important. Oh, we'll email them the recruitment information. Yes, how did you get the email addresses? We will advertise this on groups on social media. Yes, is there a gatekeeper for that particular group? Which groups are you going to be identifying and using? Why? Have you got permission to do so? Have the members of that group said that they give permission for people to approach them through that group? Participants may not be aware that their personal information is being collected, and we must be sensitive to that. And if you're getting it through another source, you must make sure that they are reliable in ensuring the completeness and the accuracy of the personal information collected. And that comes into play when you think about whether you need data quality reviews. Something like gender will stay the same, age will stay the same. You wouldn't need a data quality review for something like that. So it depends on the kind of information you are collecting. And we've already mentioned the test for identifiability. I'm not going to go through that again. But what is interesting is the motivated intruder test. This is a standard for determining whether there is a high risk of re-identification. So you think about whether an intruder would be able to achieve identification if they were motivated to attempt it. So you actually try and do that. You picture it and see if there would be an infiltration of security there. And with all of these considerations, the researchers must ensure that the personal information data flow has been adequately described and thought through at every level of your procedures, how you are going to do any step of the research project. The prospect of reuse is called further processing in the POPIA code. And the first requirement is that researchers need to submit a new research protocol if you're going to use personal information collected from a previous research project, or if you're going to collect it for an altogether different purpose. And you need to think about what are the circumstances under which that information was initially collected. What were the participants told at that time? Was POPIA consent obtained at that time for the reuse? Because you might not be able to use it otherwise. And there's a requirement around notification. If you're going to reuse information, the participants need to be notified that further processing is happening. If you're doing statistical analysis on anonymous or aggregated information, that's de-identified. So remember, that's not subject to the code. Then trans-border research requirements become important, and there's a similarity between that and the idea of reciprocal approval. So reciprocal approval is where universities who are registered, who have a REC-H registered with the National Health REC, has already approved a research project, and now they come to our university and say, can we get reciprocal approval? Trans-border research is where more than one country is involved in the data collection process, the storage process, and so on. In both those instances, we need to think about who is the responsible party here. Who is going to be on site? Who will have access to that information at which point during the project? And it can become quite complex when there are multiple institutions or researchers involved. So there needs to be a data flow agreement in place beforehand, considering the POPIA requirements. Other countries might not have, they won't have POPIA, they'll have something else. But we need to make sure that the POPIA requirements are met, regardless of who we are partnering with. And the Code of Conduct for Researchers suggests doing an accountability assessment. And that's reaching an agreement regarding responsibilities in implementing the code. So POPIA does not change the Research Ethics Committee's role and mandate. Every project must first be reviewed. Science first, then ethics. Retrospective approval then cannot be given. As Ilani said, it's a necessary evil. We cannot go back and review once the data has already been collected. And continuing review is important, more particularly so when it comes to high-risk research. So we all need training on data protection responsibilities. But implementing POPIA is a joint responsibility shared by all of us here today. Together, I think we can do better. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Delray, for sharing those valuable reminders. We will move swiftly along to Professor Pierre Pistorius to give a perspective from the view of the Animal Research Ethics Committee.
Thank you, Priscilla. So thanks for this opportunity to talk very briefly to you about the animal perspective in research ethics. I was asked to be very brief to make sure we do get to lunch today. So I think a lot of the things that I was planning to say has already been said. So I will be quite brief. Animals are a little bit different to humans. We don't have to ask for their permission to do things. So it makes the paperwork sometimes a little bit easier, but the challenge is we don't really know how they perceive being handled. So that's where it becomes a bit more taxing. So there you go. So why is animal ethics important? It's really because of the need to enable high quality science and maintain public confidence while safeguarding animal welfare. And really what we do as animal ethics committees is balance this research quality versus animal welfare. And it's really making sure that the science is going to be informative, that it's well justified, that it's robust science, and that on one hand we judge, we weigh up against the animal welfare consideration. And that really takes up the bulk of the deliberations around reviewing animal ethics applications. The 3 R's underpins a lot of the thinking around ethics, animal ethics committees. It's the replace, reduce, refine. And we expect applications or researchers that submit animal ethics applications to have thoroughly thought through these 3 R's. The replace being considering alternatives to using or handling animals. So rather than capturing and caging animals, can we use observational data? The reduce is quite a tricky one because we want the minimum impact on the animals, so we want we don't want excessive sample numbers, but there needs to be enough data, adequate data, to statistically provide good science. So that's a kind of balance. And often we ask researchers to actually up their research, their sample size. So it's not always a matter of keeping the sample size as low as possible. And then refine, we expect researchers to think of ways to minimize the impact on the animals through often changes in methodology, changing the methods. I do quite a lot of work on tracking animals through GPS and various instruments. So there's a continual move to get these instruments as small as possible while still maintaining good battery life and being able to capture the data that's required. In terms of the oversight of animal ethics committees, we operate, as we've heard, we also need to work with the National Health Department, so we also work according to the guidelines. But we also have an animal ethics, we work with the SANS documents. I'll elaborate on this in a minute. So we ensure compliance to these legislations. We monitor the acquisition, transportation, and use and the disposal of animals, inspection of all holding facilities, reviewing animal care and use procedures. We monitor the approved studies, so there's passive and active monitoring of studies that we have approved to ensure that animal welfare is still being maintained. There's annual reporting also to NHREC, and investigation of non-compliance, and then the review of the Animal Ethics Committee functioning. So the South African national standards for the care and use of animals for scientific purposes was revised in 2021. And in terms of animal research, this is very much a guiding document. We look at this in combination with the Department of Health's guidelines, but this is specifically for animal research. It's an incredibly detailed document, and it covers all aspects of animal research, animal handling, and it really sets the minimum national standards of animal care and use. It ensures that animal welfare is appropriately considered in all applications that are approved. It requires adherence to the 3 R's, as we discussed earlier, and it requires review by animal ethics committees. So any animal research in South Africa requires a thorough review through an ethics committee. And then monitoring, whether it's active monitoring or passive monitoring of studies that have been approved. And this in animal research, especially the active monitoring, is sometimes very difficult. A lot of the research, as I'll speak about just now, is field-based. So active monitoring would require the ethics committee to go out to field sites, which is often not possible. But passive monitoring is enabled through requiring all researchers that are conducting work on animals to provide annual progress reports. The definition of animal, I'll just briefly state, according to this document, so any animals except for lower invertebrates require ethics approval. This is a little bit of it varies depending on animal ethics committees. Some committees require, even for invertebrates, lower order invertebrates, that there's also submission of animal ethics approval, and others don't. We heard enough about the National Health Research Ethics Council, so they are a regulatory body that we registered with and essentially provide annual reports, and they ensure quality, essentially quality control within animal ethics committees. The NSPCA is important in animal ethics committees. They always play a large role in assessing applications for animal research, and they're also important to play a big role in visiting animal rooms, animal facilities, animal holding facilities, and ensuring compliance. The institutional animal ethics committees themselves provide inspections of the laboratories or the animal facility rooms. And then the South African Veterinary Council is also important in ensuring animal facility standards are upheld. There's a lot of a minefield of permits required for animal research, and this is often problematic. There's been quite a bit of concern raised about it, and I'll elaborate on this a little bit in a few slides from now. But especially for field-based research, one requires a whole number of permits. One requires a permit from the Department of Agriculture, the Animal Diseases Act, Section 20 permit. This is one that's been newly enforced, and I'm going to elaborate about this permit in particular just now. Then there's the Department of Fisheries, Forestry and Environment, the former Department of Environmental Affairs. Any research on marine organisms require a permit from government. And then a lot of the work that we do at Nelson Mandela University is within national parks. It's either in marine protected areas or in sand parks or Cape Nature governed land. And then again, we need a permit from these authorities. And there's quite a little bit of redundancy here in that they also have an ethical review process. So if you want to do research in Addo National Park, then they're also going to sit and go through the whole procedure again of reviewing whether the animal use is ethical. So a little bit of redundancies there. And then there's a number of other permits required dependent on the context, which I'm not going to elaborate on. In terms of Nelson Mandela University's Animal Ethics Committee, this is an extract from the 2021 report to the Department of National Health. And just an overview of the number of applications that were considered in 2021, fairly low number of 19 applications. Normally, this is probably lower than one would normally have pre-COVID. I think pre-COVID, the average number would have been between 25 and 30 applications that are reviewed annually. I think quite importantly, just looking at the focal areas that locally that we work on, and most of the research that's conducted at Nelson Mandela University is either conservation or wildlife sciences, falls within environmental sciences, biological sciences, and zoological sciences. But the bulk of the applications that we review are from researchers doing field-based conservation management research. The human health sciences, we have in some years we do get applications there, and this will change now quite drastically moving forward with a new medical school and a chair in nanomedicine. So this is something that we kind of gearing up for to see how this is all going to pan out. Just to give a quick overview, with time short, I'll just give a few examples of applications that we recently reviewed. These are their titles. So the conservation ecology of large carnivores, density and feeding ecology of a generalist carnivore, monitoring population dynamics of African penguins. So these are by and large the kind of themes that we're looking at mostly in our review process with animal ethics. And a lot of the focus is on sustainability, conservation management, very much in line with Nelson Mandela University's sustainability science agenda. Some of the challenges and some of the progress, some of the main problems that we've experienced is infrastructure in terms of our animal holding facility. There's been not nearly enough attention given to maintaining the infrastructure over the past 2 decades or so. And at the moment, they're being refurbished, being upgraded, which is a really good sign, and the funding has been secured for a thorough upgrade of these facilities. But they've not been operational this year, and there's a real need to get them up to scratch and getting them up to national standards soon to allow for the medical school and a chair in nanomedicine to have these facilities to do their work in. Support staff has been limited, and all ethics committees do need proper support staff. And again, the positive here is that there was funding for 3 positions were secured, and the positions were advertised. The deadline was end of October, I think 28th of October. And that will bring in ethics manager, administrative support member, as well as animal facilities manager. So it's 3 new positions that will come in hopefully early in the new year. We battle with membership. There are very stringent membership requirements from the Department of Health in ethics committees. You've got the different categories, as we heard earlier on, and to have core-rate meetings and be compliant, one needs membership from a whole number of different fields, from a layperson, from a vet, and from legal perspective, and that is sometimes challenging. And then the overregulation is an issue that's been raised nationally. This is a paper that was produced by a large number of scientists working on biodiversity, wildlife management, field-based scientists. And this was published last year in South African Journal of Science. And they were really making the point that in a lot of contexts there is over-regulation of ethics, which is slowing down science, which is required to enable conservation management. Especially currently being an extinction crisis, there is a need to provide good data to allow better management, and red tape is hampering this. This is one of the regulations that has come, that's kind of contributing towards this, the Animal Diseases Act, Section 20. And there's a national drive now through the South African universities. It's several universities that are providing input to the South African Veterinary Council to call for a more sensible approach to managing this regulation, this act, which was written in 1984 and only recently has a one clause in this act being rigorously enforced by the South African Veterinary Council. Initially, it was written to control the spread of animal diseases, which, fair enough, it's a good enough goal. Within this document, it states that a permit is required to perform any research, investigation, or experiment of any kind for any purpose with or on any animal or parasite or pathogen or part thereof in any form. So taking that one clause literally is kind of giving rise to the fact that they're now enforcing all research on animals to have this permit in place. And it's a very laborious, it's a long process to get this permit. So irrespective of whether you've got a sample, a tissue sample that's an ethanol, that's got no risk of disease, spreading of disease, you still require this permit. So this is one of the obstacles that are being dealt with at the moment. Was I quick enough? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pierre. We appreciate the insights that you shared and the need for sensible regulation, as you put it. We'll now move on to our next presentation, our final one by Sianda Mangele, and we hope that we will conclude around 12:45 to allow the audience to pose questions. Sianda, over to you.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I think what
I
just
can.
do is oh, you can.
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'll ask. Can you see my video? Because I don't know whether.
I think you. Can we see his video? No, your video is off.
No, I got it. Thank
Okay,
you
now
so
you're
much.
back. But we can't see your slides anymore.
Yeah, we hear. Thank you very much. And thank you and welcome. And thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this training workshop. I'll just rush through because I know that we are behind time. My name is Sianda Mangaile from the University of Zululand. I am responsible for research ethics and postgraduate studies. This is my 12th year now, dealing with research ethics, having worked in other institutions of higher education and training. And it's part of my passion to do research ethics and be involved in research ethics. I was working at Rhodes University for about 3.5 years, so I'm familiar with Nelson Mandela, and I'm happy to be invited here. I'll just cover a few pointers with time, and then just cover up on the research ethics committees, as I've been involved in many of them as a secretariat and as an administrator. So I've got a chance to see and understand and learn more about research ethics committees. We've been called the sub chairs, deputy chairs, or we are actually deputy chairs because we sit next to the chairs and we help them with all of the things that needs to be done. Just a bit of history, which Lenny has covered quite a few of what I'm going to cover, and I'm happy that it is aligned to what we are trying to present. And so it's very important for us to understand, especially for our postgraduate students and also for our academics, because they always have an issue when it comes to ethics committees, the delays and what needs to be done. There's an interesting case study that I'm not going to go into much details with, what happened in Zimbabwe, which included Dr. Richard Mako, which was part of a very gruesome study where kids were used in the study without them understanding what is the drug all about, and which ended up, and the whole research didn't go through any ethics committees or any bodies to be reviewed, which then became an alarm. And that's where the growth of Africa or African universities or African institutions to create these ethics committees, get them registered, have these governing bodies like the NHREC, which has been said, to come in play on that regard. So just a bit of to understand what's the difference between ethics and laws, because many people feel like when we're implementing the policies of ethics, we are just giving them these rules and regulations that they need to abide with, and they are casting stone, which is not. Research ethics can be defined as norms for conducting research that distinguish between acceptable and unacceptable behaviors in research. Research ethics is about the rights and wrongs in research, values in science, and expected standards to conduct science. Many people use the term ethics and morality interchangeably, as they have both to do with the rights and wrong. However, the difference, while ethics defines standards and rules that determine what is good and bad. So that's just very important for our academics to understand. Bit of background of what governance of research ethics committees in South Africa. My previous colleagues have alluded and have explained the NHREC. The word NHREC has been used, but it's the National Health Research Ethics Council, which is a statutory body under the National Health that audits and oversees these ethics committees. The council meets annually with the REC chairs and administrative support to discuss development within the institutions. The NHREC is tasked to oversee all the universities, REC, and any other research ethics committees. We've got ethics committees in hospitals as well. We've got ethics committees that are standalone. CSIR has an ethics committee, and you name them. So there are many other ethics committees that are there besides university ethics committees. There's a growth number of ethics committees being registered. I'm involved in 2 universities that are registering their ethics committees and assisting under the COP, which I'm going to touch on later. So the registration is very important for ethics committees to be registered under this body. That's why many ethics committees, they refer to this body, and you'll hear academic staff members saying, who's this NHREC? Let's write to them if there's a lot of struggles that are happening. We're going to look at the ethics processes, how to apply the application, and what is a gatekeeper or what's gatekeeper. These are just the topics that I've picked up that are very much famous when it comes to ethics committees and the review processes, and how to deal with feedback, which is a big problem that we face in ethics committees in the country. So the application process depends on each university really. Some universities are still using paper-based, which is unfortunate because they were really much set back when it comes to COVID. So it's very much important that the universities look into online application systems. Some of them are Converse, Oracle, RIMS, Infonetica, to name a few. There must be a workflow, clear workflow in the institution from the research office side or wherever the administrative support is. Contact details, a person directly dealing with ethics committees and the application process, proper trainings aligned. I think the chair just did present on that. Getting your application accepted, this is a very important one within the ethics committee. It's very important for researchers or postgraduate students to familiarize themselves with the basic research ethics knowledge. Strong relationship with their supervisors and or their collaborative authors. Knowledge of university policies is very important on ethics. It's always posted on the university website. Very important. Get more involved in your research and understanding so that some of the feedback that comes from the ethics committee does not come as a surprise, which is very important. Dealing with feedback. So this is one of the big challenge because ethics committees review and send back feedback, and sometimes most of the feedback, there's no agreement between the researcher and the ethics committee members. So it's very important that comments that are taken as a lesson and more than an attack, but also the ethics committee members or reviewers are responsible to write encouraging comments, not discouraging comments to the applicant because they've taken their time in doing the research. Is very important. Gatekeeper permissions, a big topic here. Some people feel that they don't need a gatekeeper in their studies. Some people feel that it's just too much bureaucracy and whatnot. So there's a lot of openness that must happen here. Ethics committees must be open in a gatekeeper permission process. I know that in other institutions, they even have a gatekeeper waiver, depending on the type of research. It mustn't be in a blanket umbrella or a blanket approach, which is very important to note. How to deal with amendments and request annual progress reports. This is very important as well because there are annual progress reports that needs to be submitted after you've collected your data and explain what happened. So there must be a process on that. The structure of research ethics committees in the country, in South Africa, we've got, depending on the institution again, we've got human participants, REC, we've got animal use REC, we've got biomedical research ethics, and we've got environmental biosafety REC. It just depends. Some other institutions have all, some other institutions have a few. So it just depends on the studies that are involved in that institution. Eleni has touched on this, and which is very important, that the REC reports are submitted to the Senate. The Senate or the VC can advise or does not, but they don't have a statutory power over the REC. They cannot tell the REC that approve this and do not approve this. Hence, many institutions are opting to have chairs from outside the university to chair their RECs, which is also accepted by the NHREC. The NHREC, however's powers are to audit and registration of the committees, submit annual progress reports to them. They can override a decision made. They're the only organization or statutory body that can override a decision by the REC. They can even dissolve the REC depending on the audit. And then has touched on the REC guidelines. These are the guidelines that guide many ethics policies that govern institutions. Many policies that we have, we draw some of the pointers from the guidelines, 2015 guidelines. So I'm not going to dwell much onto it, but it's just part of the guidelines. Roles of REC, which is very important. The REC meeting is a core function of the REC. Meeting, which is very important. They must sit. I know that we've been hit by COVID, so many have been done virtually. In our last annual meeting with the NHREC, we were advised that we must go back to face-to-face for robust discussions, which is very important. These are the part of the few things that are very important to make a stabilized REC. Appointment letters for members, applications that are required for validations, preparations of agenda in advance, order of meeting, very important. How did we come to the decision making? Why are we approving? Why are we declining? Why are we, depending on the terminology that you use? Communicating decisions after the meeting, timeframes, are they communicated clearly? Are the applicants aware of what is required from them? And record keeping, filing with ethical clearance certificates. Challenges that we face, that is faced by RECs. These challenges, most of them are from my experience, which I've put together, working with these other institutions. Many RECs are challenged by lack of resources. I think the chair of the Animal Ethics Committee just nailed that. With the lack of institutional capacity, often the institutional goodwill, membership to be aligned with the NHREC. Some committees are struggling to get a community member, a legal person, so animal welfare person, you name it. So they struggle with that. Staffing, very important. And that's where many institutions are also having a problem, because they have to go through the council funding to request for money, and then the council feels like, why do we have to, ethics can be done at faculty level, and it can be run there. So it becomes a huge political arena in the institution of higher education. How far reviews go, that's very important. Many academic staff members will come and say, the ethics committee must just look at the ethics part of it. But what is ethics? Because the national guidelines say they must look at the whole application of the protocol, so that because a bad quality protocol is unethical. That's where it starts. So there's a pushback here and for on that part of bureaucracy. Differentiating between ethical clearance processes themselves and being ethical is one of the challenges also that REC faces. And this is just what researchers or applicants themselves struggle with, lack of understanding what is research ethics. And I loved how Eleni explained it in her introduction, which was very good. It's very important, those trainings that are done. In some institutions, compulsory trainings for new postgraduate students are done on academics before they actually apply for ethics, something that needs to be looked into. How to identify low, medium, and high risk. It's such a challenge, because people take medium risk, and when the committee reviews, they discover it's high risk. So that needs to be looked into. Transparency between the REC and the researchers themselves. That needs to be looked into, where RECs must run trainings to their applicants, just to say, this is what we require. 1 hour seminar, very important. Who are planning on researchers themselves, they write on their schedule that they are going to be collecting their data in November, but due to time, then they move, and then in December, come December, they want ethical clearance fast. Becomes a problem for the administrative purposes. And these are just some of the few things that are covered there. So so it goes back to my point that I was talking about, what ethics committees look for, which is very important. This must be transparent. This must be put out there so that applicants are aware. I had a chat with another applicant who applied for ethical clearance, and they were saying, I'm so nervous until I get an outcome from the ethics committee. I'm so nervous because I don't know what these people want. And you could see that they are imagining this big body of scary people who will just go through these applications and just throw it out. This is very important just to know that these are just normal academic staff members who are supervisors, who are HODs, who sit there, who've been students themselves, who are just trained and equipped to review ethics. So this is just what they look for, which is very important. And this is, you see, when you say how far can they go, literally they have to cover the whole spectrum of reviewing. So this is very important just to note. So just a few pointers: quality assurance in ethics reviews. Universities must develop terms of reference and SOPs, which is very important. That must be, which will guide through the whole process. Trainings is very important. Different types of trainings. There must be trainings for the REC members themselves, which is separate, and there must be trainings for the researchers themselves, which covers academics and postgraduate students. Those trainings are very important. Institutions do it separately. Some institutions have seminars for the whole year. Some institutions have seminars here and there. Some institutions will get a person from outside to come and present. So it depends, but trainings are very important, and they do factor in the audit purposes as well. Administrative support, universities are responsible to give the administrative support. This helps a lot in the audit processes, because they deal with one person who's the custodian of everything, which supports the chairs. Chairs are under a lot of pressure, they are under a lot of work, so they need the administrative support. It makes their life very easy. Administrative systems, I did touch on this. We need to look into online systems that could work. Monitoring purposes, it's very important. when it comes to the NHRC audit, they will look at the monitoring process. What do we do after and before, especially for animal? Active monitoring is very important. It must be done. So, and because that's what the NHRC looks into. Just to name a study that slipped through the ethics committee, I think many of you know about the study that was looking at age and education rating to affect on cognitive function of colored South African women. The study was done, and upon so it got ethical clearance, it was passed, but upon publishing, it was stopped and it was discovered by a journal that something is wrong with the study. Did it go through the ethics committee? When did it go? Documentations, who reviewed it? How was it reviewed? Were all things looked into? This was a wake-up call for all of us as RSCs or people who work in the RSC to actually scrutinize and review, and the importance of review. It's very important. So this study was taken out, but it was approved, passed all things, and then it was just stopped by the journal before publishing. So it was just a shame on the committee that reviewed. Just one or two case studies that we looked into. The one for farm workers. This study is very important. A student from sociology was doing a research on farm workers. The student applied for ethical clearance to REC for human participants. In their application, they want to interview farm workers and their experience in working on the farm and state of their working environment, which is not pleasant at all. The REC review approved it pending gatekeeper permission. But however, the student couldn't get permission because now if they go to the farm owner is going to say no. So the review had to sit down and go back again and say, listen, we need to give a gatekeeper waiver here because REC cannot stop research. They have to promote, encourage, support. That's why the reviews are there. The second one was from education where the risk issues were done. Faculty of Education where a researcher was doing a study observing on children. The committee felt this is high risk because they had the word children. And then unfortunately, the appeal process was that, what are they going to be doing with children? Are this vulnerable group? Who are these children? So we can't just put a blanket umbrella and say, just because it's children, then it's high risk. So these are part of the case studies that were very interesting for me to learn and understand the whole process. And then just towards the end, Eleni has covered a few of this. So I'm just going to do a bit of marketing for the community of practice, which NMU falls under. And I've had a privilege to work with Michelle, who's working there on few parts of the online systems. So we've got a COP that we can, your staff members that can working at research ethics can be part of. We've got a new website now that we can share, that you can link and see the contact details, how to become a member. This is the Eastern Region Community of Practice, which covers 3 provinces. So very important. It's very useful. As I've said, I'm part of 2 universities that are registering to be registered with the NHRC, and it's such a learning curve. You meet new colleagues, you work with them, as Eleni has alluded. Some of the readings that I'm suggesting for ethics that you can look into. My favorite book is The Research Ethics in Africa, which has been done by, so it was very good. Other than that, thank you very much for the presentation. I tried to run through because of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sianda. We really appreciate how you spotlighted the challenges and opportunities that research ethics committees experience, and also for flighting the community of practice. I'm sure we will all be very interested in that. And then I also want to indicate that Mandela will be going virtual. We have a license with Infonetica that we've been customizing to the Mandela environment to ensure the workflows needed, and training will be provided in due course. So I want to introduce Michelle Barnett over there. Say hello, Michelle, who's been working on the system. Colleagues, I'd like to open this up for questions. In the interest of time, we will take 1 round of questions. And may I ask that you limit your questions to 1 or 2 per person. We need some mics here. Okay, so I'll take yours, and then Prof, John at the back, and then Prof. Mishi. So 4 questions in all.
Should I start?
You can.
Okay.
because you have the mic.
Mine can be answered, my question can be answered by any one of you. You know, if you have heard of One Health initiative, it's now talking about, you know, what happens to an animal will eventually have an impact on a human being, and it can also have an impact on the environment. Suppose a student wants to do a study on chicken farms, the use of antimicrobials, and then the use of chicken manure for vegetables. And he also wants to find out how the farm workers are using the antibiotic for chicken growth promotion. Which committee really takes precedent?
Afternoon. My name is Petrus once again.
Speak into the mic, please.
I'm an honors student from the chemistry department, and I'm actually glad that Prof. Nyazima is still here, because my question stems from his presentation in the morning session. So Prof. Nyazima spoke about the importance of ethical training and ethics in publication and research. Now, I've recently been reading a study that's been published by Prof. Catherine Sanderson, and it's titled as the bystander effect. What it indicates is that amoral behavior is actually cumulative in social environments. And as such, it explores the moral courage involved in taking social decisions regarding ethics and stuff like that. So then my question is, when looking at ethical behavior, why are we only focusing on when it comes to publications and how we treat other humans in our publications? Why aren't we also focusing on the base behavior of how we conduct our research? And in this aspect, why do we not get ethical training from the first level of postgrad? Why does it wait until we start researching and start publishing in general? Why do we not get this education on ethics when we start our postgraduate careers?
John at the back.
Okay. Thank you for the presentations. My question, maybe to follow up on the previous speaker, why not have a module, you know, when a person starts their postgraduate studies, you know, that touches on research ethics? And of course, I'm looking at it from a multiple disciplines. And when I say this, I'm very deliberate, you know, because sometimes I feel like research ethics tend to be very disciplinarian, you know, from a particular discipline, whereas actually you need to open it up so that, you know, anyone from any discipline, you know, can be able to engage with the content and also understand. Number 2, what are some of our RECs doing in terms of, you know, lessening the time and the hurdles that are there between when one submits their protocol to be looked at and then approved, so that a person can go into the field. Because, I mean, from the office where I work in, South Africa is notoriously known for being over-regulative when it comes to clearing the different types of researches. So from a university level, before you even go to the national, how are you streamlining to ensure that, you know, there's efficiency, you know, the time that a person submits, and then the process themselves, and then the approval? What are some of the things that you're doing to ensure that it's efficient? Thank you.
Thanks, John. Prof. Mishi. Can we get a mic to Prof. Mishi?
Thank you so much. It doesn't help that maybe I'm sitting also next to the chair for the faculty. So, yeah. I'm from economics, and we're trying to incorporate training for ethics in our induction and orientation for our postgraduate students. But then, from an economics point of view, we use many secondary data. The data from States SA, from Reserve Bank, and we take it from different data sets. Then, throughout the other modules, we take students through downloading the data, using that particular data, and so forth. That is the same data that they use in research. Now, when we are training them and telling them that you cannot download, you cannot access data before you get ethical clearance, the question then comes to say, but we have been playing around with the data. We already have the data. Do you really want just to delete that data and again start to collect data? So it's kind of complication to say, how then do we really respond fully to students questioning that, because they say, should you just lie that I've deleted the data, but the data I have it, because it's already secondary data and it's already publicly available. Thank you.
Thank you. Some very good questions. We also have Eleni and Sianda online. May I ask Eleni and Sianda if you wish to respond, to put your hand up so that I can tell that you wish to respond to any of the questions that have been asked. Eleni, I will allow you to go first, and then we'll hand over to the panel here on the stage.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Just in regards to the second and third colleagues that have asked the questions about having ethics training at a earlier in one's career. And yes, we've done this at WITS in different degrees and diplomas and that, and it actually works a lot better. But that is an institutional decision that needs to be made at the highest level so that it can be incorporated into the different curriculums of the different faculty, schools and that. And I can tell you now, we've done that from health sciences to law to commerce to engineering to sciences. So for me, I would recommend that that is done, and I support that 100%, because sooner that someone is exposed to ethics content training, the better, because then you have it in your mind of how to plan things and to do things and how to apply for ethics and that before you get to that stage, so that you can actually know, okay, I need to do this, this, and this. I need to set out my research like this, even before. So I would recommend that that is taken to your institutional senior management level to see how it can be incorporated. But having said that, the downside of it is you don't know what is being taught. So what we've done at WITS is we've actually gone into all the faculties and schools to try and locate what is being done in different methodological courses, for example, in health sciences in regards to the CPD courses that are being offered there. Just to get a feel of what is actually being done and how can we actually improve it, to actually not do away with it, but to actually encourage it and to make it better, basically. So it is a team effort, and it is a lot of toing and froing between faculty, schools, and that to know what is out there and that. At WITS also, we've got for example, our non-medical ethics chair, and he conducts a workshop every month. And it's a 4-hour workshop where he goes through 2 hours of ethical principles, ethical content training, an hour for of application, how to do your application form and that. And also there's an assessment. So not only are you going for the training, but there's confirmation. There's a certificate that comes out of it to say this training is valid for 3 years, and that's in line with the NHREC. Our animal ethics committee on last week, Thursday and Friday, we actually had an external person come in to do ethics content training specific for our AREC, for our Animal Ethics Committee, just to close that gap, because we can't find much on that field because it's so specific. In regards to the medical side of things, there's plenty of ethical training things, generally speaking, of course, but within the different schools that we've got in syndicates, they do certain things as well in regards to ethics, because it makes the supervisor's job easier at the end of the day as well. Our ethics chair of medical, he also does certain workshops during the year as well to encourage people to go to training and to actually administrate the training to them as well. Thanks very much.
Hello, yeah. Some very good questions there. I think the first one is quite a difficult one to answer. As a university, we pride ourselves in doing multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary science, but in some respects, we're still very regimented. So animal ethics and human ethics don't really talk to each other much. So application, in your case, it'll be 2 separate applications, and potentially with each committee not having the full picture in hand. So a very good question. But something that we need to work on. I think in terms of the question and trying to, or speeding up the review process, the kind of turnaround on applications is about 18, 19 days. Is this better? So for animal ethics, the turnaround is about, on average, about 19 days. So there are various mechanisms in place where we try to speed things up with the review process. Normally, the secretary sends out the outcome within 2 or 3 days to the applicants from when the committee sits to deliberate the application. I'm not sure. Maybe do you want to add on the human side?
Thank you, Pierre. Yes, we also have our secretariat sending out the feedback within 2 or 3 days. And the major challenge for us, though, is the sheer volume of applications on which any RIC-H member is liaison for. And so, there's only so much time in a day. All of our members are trying to do their utmost best to get to everybody. But even so, the liaison members are encouraging researchers to take up the opportunity for consultation with them, and with more and more face-to-face consultations happening. And the feedback I've been getting from that is that researchers move faster working through the feedback from the committee when they've had a consultation with their liaison person. But also we find that in many cases researchers delay in sending their revision back to the liaison person. And so it's a shared responsibility, that time that elapses between the meeting date and the final approval. Just to get to Prof. Mishi's question, it's a very good question, and I would refer you to the standard operating procedures. There are 4 instances in which you do not need ethical approval, and the use of secondary data, such as you describe, would not need ethics approval. However, if you want to publish that information, it would be in your best interests to get it cleared so that you have your ethics clearance number. But just bear in mind that we cannot look at things retrospectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite Delray and Pierre to stay for lunch so that the colleagues can have additional opportunity to engage with you. Thank you very much to Eleni and Sianda for joining us this afternoon. We really appreciate your significant contribution to the discussions today. It's now 10 minutes after 1, and we thank you very much for your patience. We will take a break until 2 o'clock, and then when we return at 2, we will have a seminar that looks at fisheries rights is human rights. You really don't want to miss it. So please help me to thank the panel once again.
Okay.
Hello, Mike.
Hello.
Hello, Mike. Hello,
Can you
Mike.
hear me?
Hi, Mike.
Yeah, can you? Yes, hello. Is that Nicholas?
I'm going to just ask the guys to push your sound up a bit so I can hear you.
All right.
Hi, Mike.
I can't see any pictures. Hi, is that Nicholas?
Just more?
Hello?
Mine, sorry.
Hello?
Hi, Mike.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly, Mike. That's good.
Is that Nicholas?
Yes, Nicholas speaking, yeah?
Nicholas, I've got you. Well, look, it's quite good because I'm traveling. I'm in a B&B. I managed to get back in time. So, is there any chance you can also send me a link on an email?
Sorry, I'm struggling to hear you. Guys are chatting around me here. I can't hear you clearly.
Okay,
Just speak up a bit for
is
me
there
and
any
just put his volume up, please.
Nicholas, can you hear me?
I can hear you better now.
Could I ask you to send me a link on my laptop, please? An email.
A link by email, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So I've got you on my phone. It might work, but I think just to be safe, if you can send me the link. Can I give you, have you got a pen in your hands?
You can WhatsApp it to me if you want to.
Okay, I'll WhatsApp it to you. That's a good idea. Let's just quickly do that.
All right, let me send it to you via WhatsApp. I'll receive it via WhatsApp and I'll send it to you via email.
Good, thank you. Has it started yet? No.
Not quite, no. Most of the people are not on the venue yet, so it's quite relaxed at the moment.
Okay, fantastic. Good. I was stressing. I've just been up at UCT at a seminar. Okay, Mike Roberts at mandela.ac.za. Okay. Nicholas, I think this is coming to you. So will I be able to see the next presentation?
Yes, so you can share presentation through the... you should be able to share presentations.
No, I'm just saying, will I be able to see the next presentation?
Oh, the next presentation? Yes, you will, because we are going to...
Okay.
We will send you everything that's happening on the screen here in the venue.
Okay, fantastic.
So you'll be able to follow us quite well, and you'll be able to hear and yeah.
So, I don't know, I could also just read it out to you aloud if you want the email address. It's easy. Yeah, I see you're looking at it now.
Okay, I just sent you the link only now via email.
Okay.
You've got to see this picture.
We'll reconnect though.
So I said that the thing kicks in. What time is it going to start? The best thing to do is to wait until it goes down and really not loads itself before we start. Because then you won't have any interruptions. It's better to just say, let's wait for it to kick in.
Right, Nicholas, are you there?
I'm here, yes. Are you in the wait?
Yes,
I see you in the waiting room. Cool. I'm letting you in.
Yeah.
Carry on talking and you're not going to get that. So they will be patient. An ESCOM moment.
Fantastic. Looks like I'm in there. Okay, great, Nicholas. I'm going to close this one down.
Excellent. You'll be able to hear and follow all the other presentations as well.
Great. Thank you.
That particular one, copy that one, start it from which one you have to vote for.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Welcome back from lunch. Our session was supposed to start at 2 o'clock, but so was load shedding. And we don't want the session to be interrupted. So the thinking is that we should delay the start of the session until after load shedding. So let's give it a few minutes because load shedding kills the lights and the internet. And if this happens while we are in the middle of the seminar presentation, it can be very disruptive. So we're going to wait a little bit for the interruption to happen, and then we will start the afternoon session. So we beg your patience and indulgence.
You think the guy that's flipping the switch fell asleep?
You're very efficient.
and the title is Fishers' Rights Are Human Rights. Let me just introduce myself, those of you that don't know who I am. I am the Acting Executive Dean of the Faculty of Law. My name is Lynn Biggs, and it's my duty and privilege this afternoon to facilitate the discussion that will be taking place between our NGAP participant, who is Ms. Anthea Christoffels du Plessis, and the discussant is Prof. Mike Roberts. So let me just give you a little bit of a background about Anthea. As I said, she's an NGAP academic and a doctoral candidate at the Faculty of Law, Nelson Mandela University, and has been a member of the Department of Criminal and Procedural Law since 2019. Her doctoral thesis is titled Customary Fishing Rights in South African Fisheries Law, and her supervisors are Professor Patrick Franken, Professor Henny van As, and Professor Almoei Knutse from the Faculty of Law. So our discussant is Professor Michael Roberts. He holds a UK-SA bilateral research chair in ocean science and marine food security between Mandela University and the University of Southampton. He has over 35 years working in this domain and currently has a team comprising of 65 scientists, postdocs and postgrad students spread between South Africa, the UK, France, Kenya, Mozambique, Tanzania and Madagascar. The focus of this research group is to understand current trends and predict future changes in the marine ecosystems in the Western Indian Ocean and the impacts on the fisheries and people living in this region. So without, well, so far it's no load shedding yet, so I'm going to call on Anthea to come in to present to us this afternoon. The way it will work is Anthea will do her presentation for roughly 30 minutes, and then we will hand over to Professor Michael Roberts, and then we'll open the discussion to the floor. So hopefully we're not too badly impacted by load shedding, but Anthea, please come and join me.
Good afternoon to the audience present and connected virtually. Good afternoon also to my co-collaborators, as I've called them, Dr. Mensa, Dr. Masondo, Dr. Biggs, and Prof. Roberts, that's joining us virtually as well to help facilitate my presentation today. So as Prof. Dr. Biggs mentioned, my title is Fishers' Rights Are Human Rights, and that title was actually launched or derived from the case that raised this advocacy and awareness campaign when the case, which is the basis for my discussion, was launched in the Equality Court in 2004 by the non-governmental organizations Masifundisi Development Trust and the Coastal Links Fisher Organization had then launched this advocacy campaign to say that fisher rights and human rights as protected in the Constitution are not actually mutually exclusive, and so that's where my title comes from. My discussion today centers around the following aspects. First, I would like to set the scene a bit in order to provide us with some necessary context. Second, I will look at the position prior to the Small-Scale Fisheries Policy 2012 in South Africa and some ancillary issues there. And third, I will consider the position after the Small-Scale Fisheries Policy was promulgated, and then lastly conclude with some final remarks and takeaways. So our fishing communities in South Africa, like many other coastal communities in the African region and around the world, rely on the oceans for their livelihoods. The fisheries sector is, of course, also a significant contributor both to food security and the economy in South Africa. So in order to stabilize the subsector, the government's plan is then to have this allocation of long-term fishing rights, which is of course also a critical priority in terms of attracting investment to the industry. And like many industries in South Africa, when our democracy dawned, the fisheries industry was also then earmarked for transformation. And as we know, with transformation comes many tensions with existing rights holders, particularly those that have commercial interest, then have when they have to make room for the newbies, which is our small-scale fisheries sector. So the transformation of the South African fisheries industry is not only a constitutional imperative, but it is also a legislative imperative, and I will highlight where that is demonstrated. The fishing rights allocation process and the management of commercial fishing rights is an important part of achieving that transformation for the fisheries industry. And so as part of that transformation, the means of seeking to redress and address the past historical imbalances created from our discriminatory past is then also an objective in order to achieve this substantive inequality, in order to achieve the substantive equality in the fisheries industry. And so for the FRAP process, which is this fisheries rights allocation process 2021, the ministry and the department then set out to have a legally defensible process that is underscored by the principles of a clean, transparent, and accountable process in achieving these transformational aims. In achieving that transformation aim, what was introduced then in 2021 was the socio-economic impact assessments that the department sought to undertake, and so far the KZN province reports on these assessments have been recorded. So going back to your small-scale fisheries industry, in 2020, about 110 of the small-scale fishing cooperatives that was then established and were allocated with these 15-year rights in the Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal provinces. And the department was very clear in terms of improving and advancing the success of these small-scale fishing cooperatives by increasing also the basket of species available to them. And that is why they then called for a split in some of the species they wanted to add to the basket there, which included abalone, line fishing, and squid, to enhance also the high-value species as part of the basket for the small-scale fishery sector. So just in closing on this aspect, looking at the value of the fisheries industry as a whole in South Africa, it's valued at 8 billion. And the majority stake is primarily in the hands of our commercial fishing rights holders. And as the diagram shows us, at the far end of that spectrum or the line is our small-scale fishing industry, literally pulling the short end of the stick. So in order to achieve all these objectives of transformation, the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, as it is currently known, is the responsible government entity for managing this precious marine resource. And so the relevant minister in charge of the portfolio must see to ensure the equitable access and also preservation of this marine resource. So if you look at the department as a whole, fisheries management falls within Program 9. And under its purpose is to ensure the sustainability, the utilization and orderly access to marine living resources by means of a improved management and regulatory framework. And this is also based on achieving the following 3 strategic objectives. First, to have an effective and enabling regulatory framework to attain that successful management and also development of marine and fresh living resources. So that includes our oceans, our rivers, and our dams. and then also to have a well-managed fisheries and aquaculture sector that sustains and improves the economic growth and development of all the stakeholders, and also to improve the socio-economic conditions for the marginalized and vulnerable fishing communities. So in order to achieve those objectives, there is a suite of legislation which empowers the minister in various capacities. And I'd like to highlight the primary legislation here, which is the Marine Living Resources Act 1998. And in terms of that legislation, MLRA for short, the minister is empowered to lawfully achieve these strategic outcomes, as I've mentioned. But just to take a step back, before we had this 1998 legislation, there were two categories of fishes that were then legally recognized in terms of the old order legislation. That was the commercial fishes and also recreational fishes. So with the promulgation of the 1998 legislation, it was again informed by these three aims of transformation, namely equity, sustainability, and stability in transforming this fishery sector. And one of its stated aims, of course, again, is to reiterate, to redress that historic imbalance and to achieve substantive equality within the fisheries industry. So in attempting to achieve that last mentioned objective, the MLRA then came along and introduced what was known then as the subsistence fishing category. And that category was then to be included in addition to what was already in existence in terms of the commercial and recreational fishing categories. And so while the inclusion of the subsistence fishing category was clearly filling a need and was not without merit, it soon became apparent that its implementation and subsequent manage of this special sector or this special type of fishing right required much more, and that required further investigation as to what that more would entail. So for that purpose, government had then set up a subsistence fisheries task group, which was a special investigative unit that was mandated to carry out this task to bring to government's attention all that was necessary in order to successfully create a subsistence fishing category. So despite this report then having been submitted to the government, unfortunately no substantive changes materialized, no benefits for the subsistence fishing group. And so this failure, because of this lack of proper recognition and because the law as it stood did not provide for the unique needs of the small-scale fishing communities that was then also referred to as traditional artisanal fishing communities, the communities then decided to take matters into their own hands, so to speak, and approach the courts for relief. And before I get to the necessary meat of the court's approach there, I digress to what our Equality Court complaint mechanism is in respect of how it was used in this case for the fishing communities. So our Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act 4 of 2000 provides a specific complaints mechanism for litigants in the Equality Court, and that is the avenue amongst other avenues that the traditional fishing communities opted to take. The Equality Court is not a separate court, but it is a specialist court. So it is either a high court or a designated magistrates court, but it still operates within our existing court structure. It is specialist in the sense that presiding officers in the Equality Court, together with the clerks and support staff, need to undergo prescribed training and attain special knowledge insofar as adjudicating of equality matters are concerned. So unlike the normal High Court process, the procedure in the Equality Court have less strict formality requirements, and the litigants in the Equality Court do not even have to submit formal pleadings as they were in the High Court, and therefore that makes this court a more user-friendly and accessible adjudicator in the adjudication of equality claims. So once proceedings are initiated in the Equality Court, the then presiding officer has the authority to determine whether or not it is best suited to deal with a matter or to refer the matter to an alternative forum. If there is no such referral, then an inquiry must follow as prescribed in Section 21(1) of the Equality Act. And the purpose of the inquiry then is for the court to ascertain whether this discrimination, harassment, or hate speech as would occur in whatever circumstances the complainant brings forward, whether that actually exists. So this inquiry must obviously be facilitated in a flexible, informal, and expeditious manner. So the Equality Act also specifically further provides and obliges the state where it is a party in the matter to, as far as reasonably possible, assist any persons who then institutes proceedings in the Equality Court. And that means, and as the court in this Kenneth George matter had clarified, it means that the respondents must in no way act obstructively, in no way assume the normal litigious role as you'd find in the adversarial litigation process in the high courts. The approach that must be adopted by the state where it is a party, it must be one that seeks to attain justice rather than seek a win at all cost. And so, therefore, proceedings which are instituted in terms of this Equality Act appears to be directed primarily at facilitating this ease of justice for the victims of unfair discrimination and inequality. And so, therefore, hopefully, it is clear why our 5,000 traditional fishers, together with the non-governmental organizations supporting their claims, approach the Equality Court in the matter. And then looking at the Equality Court judgment, because there was both a judgment issued in this matter and a separate order, and I will clarify why that was. So in 2004, these fishers from various traditional fishing communities across the Western Cape then approached the Equality Court in terms of the Equality Act for declaratory relief, arguing essentially that the minister had failed to adequately provide for traditional fishers who are also small-scale fishers using low-cost or described as using low-cost technology methods to catch fish primarily for sale or barter as a means of sustaining a living. And so the majority of these applicants, who are they? They were persons from previously disadvantaged backgrounds, also being historically discriminated against, and whose families had been fishing for generations and had been engaged in traditional artisanal fishing as part of their culture. So in essence, the complaint was that the then Minister of Environmental Affairs and Tourism, as the portfolio was known then, had failed to make adequate provision in terms of the Marine Living Resources Act as it stood on three aspects. One, that the effect of Section 18, which is the provision that allows the Minister to grant commercial fishing rights, had effectively prevented artisanal fishers from practicing their trade unless they had then formally applied for commercial fishing rights, and the Minister granted them rights in respect of such applications. That the Minister had created a scheme for allocating fishing rights, and it provided for different types of rights, but none of those rights had adequately catered for the specific needs of the small-scale fishing communities. And lastly, that the purpose of the application in the Equality Court then was to compel the Minister to properly and adequately provide for artisanal fishers in his allocation of fishing rights in terms of his powers in the Marine Living Resources Act. And so the fishers argued that this failure by the Minister to properly provide for them and their specific needs amounted to discrimination that is prescribed under Section 6 of the Equality Act. And that means that neither the state nor any other person may unfairly discriminate against any person. And although the fishing communities had instituted proceedings on substantially the same set of facts in the High Court, the application in the Equality Court was different because it had specifically carved out an equality claim as specified in the Equality Act, and the communities argued that it would not have been appropriate for any other forum to be seized with the matter, as this would deprive them of the benefits, assistance, and protection offered to litigants in the Equality Court, as I alluded to earlier. Looking at the order that then was made, and so that judgment was made, was issued or handed down by the Equality Court. The Minister then pushed back and proceeded to approach the Supreme Court without leave to appeal from the Equality Court. He approached the Supreme Court of Appeal, and he was dismissed in the Supreme Court of Appeal, went back to the Equality Court in settlement of the litigation, and the minister, together with the affected or the applicant traditional fishing communities there, then might reach an agreement, and in terms of that agreement, the Equality Court then ordered specific relief and specific measures to be satisfied by the minister in consultation with the applicants. So the Equality Court ordered specific interim relief measures for the minister to provide to the traditional small-scale fishing communities whilst creating or developing a more permanent and feasible legislative and policy framework. And in terms of that interim relief measures, the minister was ordered to use his discretionary powers under Section 81 of the MLRA and provide the small-scale fishers with recreational permits in order to sell their catch and make a living. Amongst other, the species that was highlighted there was the West Coast rock lobster. The court also ordered that the new legislative and policy framework must be informed by the principles that are outlined in Section 2 of the Equality Act, and to also properly reflect the socio-economic rights and ensure equitable access to marine resources for these traditional fishing communities. Furthermore, this new policy framework had to properly reflect the international, domestic, and legal obligations and policy directives incumbent on South Africa as a state. So this framework had to be developed by, again, a specialized task team that comprised of various officials within the Department of Environmental Affairs and Tourism at the time. And this task team was also specifically ordered by the court to provide regular feedback to the court and to also engage with the communities and provide them with feedback in developing and drafting the small-scale fisheries policy. So the decision, both the judgment and the order from the Equality Court was an historic victory for the small-scale fisheries community, in that it sent a clear message to government and the fishing industry as a whole that the long-standing neglect and denial of the rights of traditional small-scale fishers had ended and that needed to be remedied permanently. And secondly, it also conveyed that proper and permanent measures had to be put in place to entrench and protect the fishing rights of traditional small-scale fishing communities who are here to stay alongside other fishing rights holders. And so, yes, despite this massive victory, it was short-lived because after government then came to the party, your commercial fishing sector then pushed back and approached the High Court for relief there. They failed in that exercise because they felt that the Equality Court order was at best far-reaching, and because they enjoyed long-term fishing rights and the minister was specifically compelled to re-look at the entire rights allocation process, they felt that they would be adversely affected thereby. Ultimately, the matter was also dismissed by the Supreme Court of Appeal. So the approach from the commercial fishing industry was therefore to just basically distract and divert further resources from the department, whilst the special task team in consultation with the communities were then busy drafting the new policy framework for small-scale fishers. And so looking at the after, in 2012, the small-scale fisheries policy was gazetted. The small-scale fishing regulations soon followed in 2016, and amendments to the Marine Living Resources Act as the primary legislation also followed and took effect in March 2016. So these three instruments essentially comprised this new legislative and policy framework catering for the small-scale fisheries industry in South Africa. And starting with the latter first, in accordance with the Equality Court order in 2007, the Amendment Act then inserted a new small-scale fisheries framework, replacing the subsistence fisheries category into the MLRA. and the amendment included the definitions of what is a small-scale fisher, who are small-scale fishing communities, and also consequential amendments to what is meant by total allowable catch to incorporate the industry and its effect there. Insofar as the small-scale fisheries policy itself is concerned, the policy is based on a human rights-based approach, in terms of which communities and their socio-economic circumstances must be improved. It also seeks to promote capacity building, participation by these fishing communities with regards to any decisions that may affect them, and it also promotes the food security endeavors of government, while also ensuring that the community's rights are properly protected. And then the last of the three tools within this new policy framework is then the regulations, which was promulgated in 2016. And this enables effectively the small-scale fisheries policy process to be properly implemented and giving legal force to this transformation of the small-scale fisheries sector as envisaged in the small-scale fisheries policy. So the implementation process, as outlined in the regulations, commenced with the verification of all participating traditional fishing communities after submitting expression of interest, insofar as the call that was then made by the department at the time for communities to come forward and submit their applications. The next phase of the implementation process involved the establishment of cooperatives for fishing communities to function as the legal vehicle to which the minister would then award these 15-year fishing rights. These cooperatives also had to be registered in terms of the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission. So despite all these improvements and all these regulatory enhancements to the sector to bolster it and to establish a viable small-scale fishery sector, there were some glaring disparities, and that came in the form of the omission of customary fishing communities, which was also contrary to the ideology and tenor of this human rights-based approach outlined in the small-scale fishing policy. So nothing in the regulations itself was reflected or mentioned regarding how customary fishing communities would be looked after or recognized in terms of this new framework, and the plights and struggles as a result of the customary communities I will highlight in my conclusion. So there are certainly pros and cons, which I hope I have been able to at least make clear today. Insofar as the pros are concerned, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations have created a special voluntary guidelines for securing sustainable small-scale fisheries in the context of food security and poverty eradication, and these guidelines are also premised on this human rights-based approach. South Africa has been recognized due to its policy as one of the countries whose small-scale fisheries policy closely aligns to the FAO SSF guidelines, as they are abbreviatedly known. And these human rights-based principles evidenced in the guidelines feature prominently in the South African small-scale fisheries policy. The guidelines explicitly refer to international human rights standards, and South Africa is a party to many of these international treaties and soft policy documents on which this human rights-based approach is based. So the guidelines promote that a human rights-based approach also requires, firstly, a new legislative framework in implementing the guidelines, and that, according to the FAO, is a strong signal that government is serious about implementing the guidelines and its objectives domestically. They also serve as a useful tool to balance the playing field where competing interests are at odds, and we see that tension playing out in the South African fisheries industry. So to balance the playing fields for small-scale fisheries communities. And the guidelines are also, as I've mentioned, based on these international human rights standards, and they must also be interpreted and implemented in accordance with those standards. So the goal of the guidelines essentially is to involve and promote the participation of small-scale fishing communities in the governance structures of the fisheries sector, as an equal stakeholder in a transparent and accountable manner, and also to advance food security, nutrition, equitable development, legitimate tenure rights, poverty eradication, and responsible fisheries resource management. The cons are short, but they are significant. Justice for small-scale fishing communities in South Africa has been slow. The order of the Equality Court that put the ball in motion, so to speak, was made in 2007. The South African government only managed to implement this new legislative policy in 2018. And that started off with awarding rights to small-scale fishing communities in the Northern Cape. Ironically, for the communities where this whole action was initiated in the Western Cape, the new framework and its implementation had been problematic. So the Western Cape fishing communities' small-scale fishing rights allocation process then had to be restarted because the minister was of the view that there was too many inconsistencies, disparities, and an entirely flawed process was at hand, and therefore, in order to ensure that rights are fairly allocated, she restarted the process, which commenced in 2022 September. And so, additionally, one of the most glaring cons for South African fishing communities are the customary fishing communities who have been particularly vulnerable, and it is to that point that I turn in conclusion. So despite the creation of this novel legislative framework and the human rights-based small-scale fisheries policy, its incremental implementation, in reality, our small-scale fishing communities are still floundering, as the legal framework requires refinement, better implementation of this human rights-based approach as envisaged in the policy. A look at the plights of these customary fishing communities as a special group within the small-scale fisheries sector demonstrates this clearly. We've had 3 cases in the last 4 years that have come forward, starting with the earliest first, the seismic survey cases as it was published in the media, the seismic survey cases that affected the Eastern Cape communities as well as the Western Cape communities, where these communities' rights to their culture, their customary rights, including their rights to a healthy environment and their right to food, were disregarded when government awarded mineral rights to allow foreign entities to undertake these seismic survey activities on South African shores. Similarly, in 2018, for the first time, the Supreme Court of Appeal had recognized customary fishing rights, despite no explicit recognition in the existing legislation at the time, because the customary fishing communities were actually criminalized. So despite, or their fishing practices were criminalized, they had fished in a no-take marine protected area, and almost 10 years into the litigation process, the Supreme Court of Appeal finally recognized customary fishing rights in the South African fisheries law. So despite this human rights-based approach, and it definitely turned the tide, the small waves of improvement and enhanced protection for small-scale fishing communities have really been slow due to this limited and delayed implementation. And so the value for the small-scale fishing communities have also been dwindling insofar as the practical benefits of the small-scale fisheries policy are concerned. So it is submitted that in the absence of proper rights recognition for small-scale fishing communities, they remain disenfranchised, their fishing livelihoods are often criminalized, and their interests are often overlooked in decisions affecting their livelihoods. So while our courts have consistently come out in favor of the fishing communities, upheld their rights, and enforced the protection to which they are owed in terms of the Constitution, much more is needed. Government must revise the existing legal framework to ensure proper recognition and better implementation of the protection measures for the rights of small-scale fishing communities in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anthea. That was quite an interesting and presentation. So I think Mike is joining us online. Is he available?
I can
There
see
we go.
myself, Lynn. Can you hear me? I can see myself.
I can hear you, but we can't see you.
All right. Well, a small IT problem there, maybe.
There we go. We can see you.
You can see me. Great. Thank you.
Great. So
can you
over
all,
to
can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see you.
Good. Thanks, Lynn. Anthea, thank you very much indeed for that most enlightening talk. I first of all just want to say I can't quite see who's there in the room and who's attending and the backgrounds, but I just want to offer my apologies for not being there in person. Unfortunately, I'm traveling at the moment. And so I've upgraded from using my cell phone to my laptop, so things are looking good from my side at least. I do want to just pick up on a few things to help getting some discussion going, is that, so Anthea's given us a very nice legal justice orientated overview of the small scale fisheries policy. As Lynn mentioned to you, my background is not a lawyer. It's an ocean science person who tries to figure out how much fish is in the ocean so that we can have fisheries, viable fisheries. But I just want to pick up on I guess, 4 key words that I took from Anthea's talk. And the one was the transformation. As many of us know, is that it is a major instrument in trying to transform certainly the industrial fisheries in the country. The other one is the human rights. Now, I don't have a full appreciation of human rights as a lawyer does. I've got a sort of vague or less stringent definition of it. But to me, human rights is very important. And as Anthea was saying, it was almost the pivotal point in most of the legal actions. The other one that she did mention very remotely was access to these resources. And I want to pick up on this. And then the other one was the state. Obviously, the state's been a major actor in this whole lot. And I want to just use 2 examples to possibly land what Anthea has been saying in the legal jargon, to land it actually on the ground. And the first one I want to come to is the West Coast rock lobster. And I don't know if many of you know some of the history, but in a nutshell, basically this was one of the most lucrative fisheries you can get going. It's over 100 years old. And going right back in decades ago, 50, 60 decades ago, they were catching huge amounts of rock lobster. But unfortunately, due to, I guess, bad management, and in those days still some corruption, or there was corruption on licensing and stuff, basically that resource has been eroded massively, hugely. It's probably, if in the world, it would be one of the cases to sort of like cite. So what you've got is a whole lot of people now living on the West Coast. They're coastal communities, as Anthea has been alluding to, who have human rights. They've been granted human rights. But the problem is that the resource is decimated, and it's even getting worse. And that's because of the control measures are really weakening. Our ability to control the fisheries, to monitor them, and make sure that the correct people are taking the resource is not in a good nick. And so this now, in a way, this is the role of the state. So to my mind, the state needs to really understand that they are 50%. They have 50% of the responsibility in providing human rights to these coastal communities, in that they need to persevere stringent fisheries governance. And so basically those people, in the way I see it, are not going to have their human rights fulfilled because of the failure of the state. So that's the one thing I want to say. The second thing is the murkiness. I mean, this has been a battlefield, this small-scale fisheries policy, as Anthea very nicely has alluded to, described. It's been years in the courts, years of battlefield. And you think, okay, we're nearly through it and we're going to start implementing it. And here I want to just look at this squid fishery, which is very close to you guys. I'm right now in Cape Town, you're all sitting in Quebec, and you've got the squid fishery right there on your doorstep. It's a very, very lucrative fishery. It's arguably the second most lucrative fishery in the country, second or third. And the reason for that is because they over 30 years or so, they have really managed to prune their product and get it into a category of quality where it demands the top price in the world for squid, for calamari. And it's all sold to basically Spain. Most of it's to Spain and to Southern Europe, a bit of it. Now, if you look at the small-scale fisheries policy when it's being implemented in the region, you've got several small-scale fishers who've come together as communities, okay, much along and they've been recognized as legally as communities, small-scale fishing communities, and they have been given these rights. But now the problem is to access those rights, you need to own a 20 million rand boat. And how do small-scale fisheries communities afford just one boat, let alone several boats to activate all their rights, all their fishing rights? That's a huge thing. And then if you allow the boats, the small-scale fishers, to go out on smaller boats that don't have blast freezers, for instance. The fishery started off using small ski boats. They used to catch the squid, put onto ice, and then they'd, after 6 hours at sea, they'd take the squid back, and then they'd sell it. You can't do that now. Now a modern boat now catches that squid within an hour is frozen. It's specially glazed, and that is shipped off overseas, and it gets $8-9 a kilogram, really top-rated price. If you let the small-scale fishers now come in with equipment that's much cheaper, like a ski boat, okay, you're going to now start impinging on the quality of that product. And the status of the South African squid will probably start dropping. And so where they're getting now $10 a kilo, it could drop down. For instance, the Patagonian squids, and those are getting $1.50, $2. Maybe at the outside $3 a kilogram. So you're losing almost 3/4 of the price. And so that, if that was allowed to carry on, and the small-scale fishers got access to the resource, and they diminished the quality of the product, the whole fishery and its value is then going to crash. So I'm just using these examples because Anthea gave a very legal sort of view of it. I'm just telling you what it's like hitting the ground. And so it's really it's not an easy problem trying to get these rights implemented across the board. So those are my comments. Lynn, I'm not quite sure where you want me to take you, but I hope that maybe that has stimulated a little bit of thinking amongst your audience to get a bit of discussion going there.
All right. Does anybody have a question, or would? Okay. Yes. We're just waiting for a microphone to be handed to the member of the audience to be able to pose his question.
Is supposed to be okay, let me restart. It's myself again, Petrus. So Mr. Christophel Duplessis has pointed out how legislation needs to be adapted to support these the small-scale fisheries. And then Professor Roberts then also pointed out how if we actually allow these small-scale fisheries access to these resources, how the quality of these products will then decline. So so you said that this has happened within the last 15 years. So it was initially implemented in 2007, but it only came into effect in 2018. So within the next 15 to 20 years, how can we expect legislation to adapt or change? Would we see the advantage going towards the small-scale fisheries? So with them eventually possibly being able to get access to some of these resources? Or would the policy be going more towards the large-scale and industrial fisheries in order to keep the quality of this product up, and then in order to also export more of this product than keep it locally?
Okay, take a note of that question, Anthea. Yes, there's another gentleman in the audience that would like to pose a question.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your presentation. Why don't you look at it from democracy in food systems?
Okay, Priscilla has a question.
Thank you. I wonder whether the small fishers and the commercial fishers can't coexist, where even though the quality of the catch by the small fishers in the speedboats can be used to serve local communities. If it's a subsistence fishing, then the two can coexist surely.
Okay, then I think let's leave that for now and give Anthea an opportunity to respond to Professor Roberts and the other three questions that have been posed.
Thank you for the questions. I'll try my best to lawyer myself out of some of them. So I think going to the first question and sort of also responding to the practical implications that Professor Roberts have highlighted with the access to rights. So from a social justice and the full realization of this human rights-based approach on the part of government, they are required to not just award rights, because if rights can't do anything more than pay lip service and look nice on paper, then they've actually been awarding wrongs. And so communities must be properly capacitated. So capacity building projects is very much a part thereof. And yes, to sort of also answer that question of Priscilla, yes, they can coexist, but they can also, to a certain extent, be managed in a commercial fashion if they've got the expertise and if they've got the necessary buy-in and are resourced properly and have the necessary means in order to run a small-scale fisheries at a commercial level, then government should be able to achieve that. And that is all very much within the vision of what our small-scale fisheries policy provides for. So, and then with the question with regards to democracy in food systems, maybe we can get a little bit of elaboration on that before I attempt to answer. Please. Back.
You want me to elaborate? Yeah. Yeah. I think in your presentation at the end, you talked about food and you talked about nutrition. Right, so one is looking at it from nutrition, human rights approach to nutrition, adequate nutrition and so forth. Because presumably those people who are living along the coast, they're using those fish for their food and nutrition. So that's why I was saying, because you see, once you talk about democracy, you're now talking about the issue of, how decision-making process is done. Why is it that they are right at the end of this food system?
Yes, and thank you.
Yeah, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, thank you for that elaboration. I think that also speaks to this bottom-up approach, which is also evidenced in the small-scale fisheries policy. It's part of human rights, and democracy is a key principle of human rights. And so if the communities are not there as stakeholders while government has these structures and makes these plans and put them in place and don't realize and focus on what the circumstances and conditions are for the communities that have access and rely on arguably these resources as their main source of protein, then again you're excluding them, and so they are sort of an afterthought. Their interests are left at the periphery. But again, our small-scale fisheries policy very much is broad in that sense that bottom-up approach is encourage participation and inclusivity of communities to speak for themselves ultimately and be part of these processes and plans that affect them.
I think I want to just hand over to Professor Mike Roberts to find out if he has any more comments in response to the points that have been raised.
Lynn, unfortunately, I'm really sorry I'm not there, but with all the lawyers there, I could have a field day. I see Patrick's there. I just caught a glimpse of him across the room when the camera sort of zoomed out, and I believe Hetty's there as well. So just to throw another cat amongst the lawyers, as it were. So what I always find interesting is that people today are still viewing the world as a static thing. And I guess law is static. You have all these books and all these laws and everything. But as Patrick and both Henny will know from where I come from, we also have a very much a changing situation. And I think most people now are fairly convinced that climate change is real and it's happening. And certainly from my point of view, it's massively happening. Okay, and so I regularly delve in a very simple graphic, and I call it the three-curve paradox. And what I tell people, and I often tell ministers and quite important people to try and help them understand what I mean by changing world, is that you've got three simple curves. You've got imagine this graph, okay, with an X and a Y, and you've got time at the bottom going to 2100, so another 80 years along the bottom there. And you've got the amount of fish in the sea, and you can see that as catches. And in most cases, the curve is coming down into the future. In other words, people are over-catching the fish, so the stocks are dwindling. South Africa is in an interesting situation. The rock lobster, as I highlighted, is in particularly bad trouble. It's basically finished. But the squid resource is very well managed. It crashes every now and again. So we're doing some things that are clever in South Africa. We're managing. But in other parts of the world, it's not quite like that. Our neighbors, like in Mozambique, for instance, it's another story. The catches are all crashing. All the fisheries are crashing. Then you've got another curve, which is your population growth. And people forget about this, is that, you know, the population is expanding all the time. So you take coastal communities, they're increasing in size. If you take probably the worst case I know, which is Madagascar, where you go into a village there, a coastal community, and 50% of the population is 5 years and below. I mean, this is disastrous. So you've got this exponential curve. And I was only looking at this 2 days ago, just reminding myself around the world, you know, which continents are the ones in trouble. And you've got Europe and Central Asia are more or less now all flattened out. South America is flattened out. North America is flattened out. And Africa is still on this huge exponential increase in population. And then on top of that, you then add a warming ocean, which is a proxy to say that basically the ecosystems are becoming less productive and the fisheries are going to collapse even more. So it's difficult to try and, you know, here we're trying to plan, we're trying to give people human rights. But the scene is changing all the time. So by the time we give them the human rights, there may not be anything left for them to be given, you know. I mean, I'm just throwing this out to show just how complicated it is. I don't know if, Lynn, you'd like to respond, or Anthea, or maybe even Henny and Patrick. I'd love to hear Patrick's view, actually.
Patrick just shakes his head. I think let Anthea respond to that.
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Biggs, and thanks, Prof. Roberts, for throwing that cat. I think from, again, my social justice and democratic human rights lens, that yes, with all of the changes in our climate and the world around us, law needs to be a lot more fluid, and it could be if the law is not only reactionary, and that's what happened in the case of small-scale fisheries. If this process was better managed, if proper implementation was government's agenda, and they applied the political will, and they really wanted to get things going to properly manage and then regulate these dwindling resources, then the small-scale fisheries communities wouldn't be the ones being tagged with, but if we put these in your hands, you're going to basically collapse the resource, or you're going to take money out of the country. And so, unfortunately, that's the nature of how policy and the law works as part of this evolving world. And the only thing I can offer is to say that if we have proactive legal provisions and really have a government that's committed to successfully implement and support the communities as part of this big fishing industry that has so much potential and it attracts so much investment, then yeah, that's up to them at the end of the day. Thanks.
All right, thank you very, very much, everyone. I think we've come to the end of our session. And to Professor Mark Roberts, thank you so much for throwing some curveballs at us lawyers. But we love those kind of challenges. So I'm sure you all have many engagements with Patrick and Henny when you see them again. And to Anthea, thank you for your presentation and for the research that you are conducting in this area. Unfortunately, as you indicated in your conclusion, the last however many 15 to 20 years have not seen much implementation, but hopefully with the correct legislative framework put in place and implemented properly, that we will achieve the outcomes that you've indicated to us, all the pros. So the proof will be in the implementation of the policy and the role of the state. So thank you very much, everybody. We will now conclude the session, and thanks to Anthea. Thank you very much, and to Professor Mark Roberts.
Yes, I don't know how I feel about that. Thank you very much, Lynn and Anthea. This concludes this section of the program. We would like to present you with a gift to show a token of our appreciation for your participation in this session. So Spongseni will hand it to you. Thank you. Colleagues, we'll now take a 10-minute break so that we can set up the room for the speed dating. I did promise you at the beginning of the day that we had an amazing session planned for you. We have 6 professors that cannot wait to engage with you. Prof. Mishi, who has been very active in the discussions. Then we're going to be joined by Prof. Joanna Borter, also from law, and Dr. Gavin Rishworth, Professor Andrew Peary, Professor Darrell van Groenen, and Professor Pamela Maseko. So we have 6 professors and researchers from Mandela who will be in the room to engage with you. So let's take a break now. It's 3:15, and you may return at 3:25 for the commencement of the session.
Guys to take these stuff with them so we can push together.
Okay. Can we please ask you to take your laptop, because we need to rearrange the room. So we don't want you to return and not know where your things have landed.